Hello. How goes it? Whew. Is it just Tuesday? Feels like it's next month. How's everybody doing today? Glad to have you all back. Looks like one of our stories made it to get published here. And hey, thanks, Rob. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So yesterday we were, for those of you who weren't there, we were well, it's kind of an ongoing project, but basically we're taking a we're doing the mermaid challenge for the month of May. How much more time we'll have to actually execute that will be a question, or will be anyone's guess. So basically, I've created a mermaid, and I'm building out the mermaid using, I forget what the type of art is called, like Mashable or something like that. Basically, I'm using different parts of different vintage vehicles and assembling the mermaid using sheet metal and different car parts to compose the body of the mermaid. So it's going to be quite the long, epic project here, but it'll definitely be a fun sidebar thing. I kind of wanted to refocus a little bit today because not that I've gotten off topic, but I think people want like the more stuff that's useful for them rather than the pie high in the sky content. So this is kind of the bulk of my business, which is automotive photography. Recently, we'd done a shoot the other day. Actually, I can go into InDesign here because I have the same layout. Last time I covered this Porsche shoot. Again, this one was beautiful. This was done for Car and Driver. It was the Porsche Taycan Turbo S, and shot it in the poppy fields in Lancaster before the Super Bloom. So with those challenges ahead of us, went ahead and added the wild poppies in CGI. So that was a fun little thing we got to do. Again, adding CGI poppies to 27 images in 5 days isn't exactly a dream. So it can be a lot of a challenge, and but I think we'll be okay. Yeah. So with that said, I just got word today. It looked like on Instagram that Car and Driver had published their story, and wow, they post a lot. Yeah, it looks like the next story that I shot for them. So basically, what I had done for them was I shot the. You can kind of see this probably here a little bit. There we go. They kind of they posted on their social. They tagged me in it, which is kind of a nice little PR thing too. So these it you kind of, the challenge with editorial is you really don't have control over everything, right? Like you don't get traffic lock off, you don't get permits usually. It's a very challenging environment to create content in. So you're kind of stuck with whatever you get. And for this particular story, I'll go back to, I think it's this one. No, this one. For this particular thanks, Don. Rob, sorry. These particular shots, we went up to Cleghorn. Now, when Car Driver came to me, they said, "Hey, we want to feature the Porsche Taycan, the Jeep Trailwagon or Trailhawk, Jeep Trailhawk, and the Land Rover Defender 2-door. So 3 vehicles, 2 days of shooting, 2 locations, and the thing that they wanted to do with these vehicles was really feature with the off-road vehicles, their off-road capabilities. So there's a few places that I know of. I shot the Actually, you know what? I'll go to my website here. I shot the here. This particular vehicle, the Land Rover. So this is the same location, and this is what's great when you have permits and location lock offs uh, and security and the whole thing. You get to kind of have full reign over the territory. Whereas with editorial, what was the other one I did here? I think I did the Forerunner. I don't think I have it in here anymore. I took it down. Eventually, you got to kind of can this stuff. But it's one of my favorite places to shoot. I've shot there twice, and I figured what better way to kind of be able to shoot two vehicles at one location and get two different looks uh, than to do it up at Cleghorn or above Silver Lake. And it's these off-road trails. People go up there. They go rock crawling all the time. But yeah, so once they kind of go through, it's cool. So sunrise is over the lake, and there's some spots that you can get kind of feature the vehicle crawling up, and then there's a bunch of off-road places. So it kind of gives me a little bit of two different looks, and I was able to shoot the vehicle in two different places. The other vehicle isn't out yet, so I don't have the opportunity to show that stuff yet. But this kind of gives you an idea of what you're able to accomplish in one spot with two vehicles. I mean, it's a pretty action-packed day to cover two vehicles. Without a shot list, you're getting tons of content and really trying to get as much feature as much of the vehicle as possible, because they don't give you a shot list. So you get in there, and your objective is to basically start creating content for them and kind of getting really cool things about the vehicle that you as a consumer would be interested in. Like their front and rear view off-road cameras, the telemetry of the vehicle, the off-road settings, the kind of really, it's kind of like having your own little race team inside, your oil temp, just stuff that you would just never even think of, your pitch and your roll, when you're on a hill. So, and then it has elevation change, right? So it's like, how do you feature that? How do you show those things? Like here, you can see if this is full elevation. There's a passenger like TV that they can watch. It's like, how do you show these things? There's a real camera for the backup camera. What else was there? There was so this is kind of you're able to control the elevation of the vehicle. I wanted to show that. I wanted to show underneath the vehicle. Oh yeah, this little spray washer thing for your camera when you're getting dirty. I mean, that's pretty awesome. So I provide the magazine, Rob. I provide the magazine with RGB JPEG images. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. When you're there, you're thinking, all right, what is, when my lease is up on my vehicle and I want to look for something new, what do I want in a vehicle? What am I going to look for? And that's really what, you want to start covering. Like, I feel like Jeep enthusiasts love little details like this, right? There's a little Jeep outline of the first vehicle they ever made, kind of profiled onto the rim there. They want to know that it's 4x4 and just stuff like that. So, not my. Now, I'm pretty hard on myself with this particular with these particular shoots, because you get what you get, and you can't do really cool pan shots at locations like these, because you're really kind of limited to all of the people who are also there on the weekend doing their shoots. So this is kind of the gamut of what I sent to them in terms of. So the way it usually goes is, I shot, I don't know what, like, let me see if I can get this here. It looks like between the two shots, 4,386 images, and then narrowed that down to a set of 50 for each. So I'll probably send them, I think I sent them like 100 shots per shoot, which kind of gave them the opportunity to do what they wanted with the stuff. And the other thing you got to keep in mind is, one, you want stuff that the writer had mentioned.
Actually, Rob, that's a good question. So Rob's question is, do they? Sorry, I'm still working on this chat box thing for both Twitch and Behance, but um, the motion video, yes. So there was, if you're on my site, actually, let's see here. We'll go to um, here was this feature here. So we'll go here. Let's see. If you go to my site here, so like, if just to give you an idea, so here on the automotive end of this, there's like, yeah, so there was this shoot, this TRD takeover. So one day I shot motion of everything, while another shooter shot like details and kind of like editorial style shots. And then on the second day we set up these rig shots. So these vehicles were all shot static on the road, and then, well, this was shot as an action shot. This was also shot as an action shot. But this shot and this shot were shot as rig shots, meaning they were shot static, and then the motion was added in post. So with that said, it's funny. I should probably put the motion in here too. Thanks for the nudge there, Rob. I'm definitely going to do that. So if I go to my motion here, I can try and find a lot of Lexus stuff. We've got like a highlight reel here. It has here it is. This is the motion that was shot with it that we shot the day before. And this was, we shot drone for this, and then we did armed car. That was it. So, just what I do, yes, we do motion and stills for this stuff. Now, there's most of the time, sometimes I get to edit the video, but for the most part, I usually just create the content and they send it out to an editor who kind of breaks it up for all their different channels that the content's going to. So that's that. Hopefully that answers that question. Oh, you do work for Agricultural Magazine. That's cool. On ad shoots, I can do. It's tough. On ad shoots, it's easier to do stills and motion because that's what you budget for and whatnot. For editorial, I would say it would be extremely hard to get motion and stills for this particular content. Usually found away from it unless it's something that they specifically want. So yeah, so with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So basically, here's the stuff I shot. Do in relationship to all the stuff that's on my site, is it fantastic? For me, no. Are there some shots that I like? Yeah, I like that one. I like. I think this shot's pretty. Like in terms of stuff. So there's interesting. So there's a difference between editorial and advertising. Advertising is super cleaned up, super polished. The card at its best. Whereas editorial, they want like super loose, not set up, really kind of featuring the vehicle and really making it look like they, took the car through the motions. Like, we wipe this stuff down and we clean it up as we're shooting it, but for the most part, like, it's out there, it's getting dirty, it's doing its thing. Like when it came to these particular, where is it? Stuff by, this stuff, like, but at this point, the dirt's caked onto the wheels and I'm not getting it off. We wiped the vehicles down to clean them up, but for the most part, that's the vehicle in its natural environment. And I think what I'm going to do for this, like, I like some of these shots, but I think they need like some foreground out focus elements, and probably some retouching on the sheet metal before I would even consider putting it on my site. So that's basically kind of the gist of what I would do. For something like this, it's front lit, not my favorite. Yeah, I mean, this shot's all right, but it's not gonna make or break my book. So it's really a matter of like, all right, what of this am I going to, do I want to feature? Is there stuff that I shot that I didn't show? Because a lot of times they're limited to the number of images that they can get, like 50. So, a lot of those need to be about things that actually feature the vehicle for the particular article and not necessarily about pretty action shots and whatnot. Like this, it would have been ideal to have really pretty mountains in the background with some foreground flowers and flowers in here. So, I'll try and add that in CGI. Like I love the clouds. It's an epic shot. I think I might have shot some of the clouds without the cars in it, but like ideally, like I'd like to take this, scale these down. I'd like to put some of these in here. Like we'll get rid of some of these bushes, add more motion to the shot, just something to kind of like zing it up a little bit. It's nice to show that I've done Jeep content for the agency that handles Jeep, which I can't remember. That's Daimler Chrysler. I'm not sure who handles Jeep actually. It might be the Designery. Um, one of our one of my followers is he's not here today, but he works there at Nissan stuff. So maybe we'll get him next time. But yeah, so now I'm going to kind of my first step with this is usually to work out the social, like the Insta story and Instagram layout for this type of thing. This particular story isn't super duper compelling, so I probably would just go with like 2 rows of images on it. With that said, let me see. Let's start the process of kind of picking my favorite. So I did like that action shot, so we'll grab that, and then figure out what compositionally I can do to make these things more compelling and cinematic and that type of stuff. Because you really want to. Guys, I got a phone call. Wife's calling. Be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry about that phone call. By the way, on a side note, probably going to be my last stream for a while. I have a baby due tomorrow, so that's a thing. Bringing life into this world is can usually be time consuming a little. So check. I'm trying to get this. Oh, there we go. Now we're there. All right. I keep brushing my hands up against this volume control. I probably have to like tape it. All right. Jeep Defender. Where'd it go? Defender Jeep. There we go. Jeep final JPEGs. That's it. All right. So we liked this action shot. Open. Control Alt C. So as you can see, you're really kind of missing out on the coolness of that particular location. So like, I probably would like to get rid of all this stuff here and just bring those mountains down into this shot. And like rotate a little bit to get this action a little bit more exciting. I add a little bit more motion in there and then some dust behind the vehicle. See, for editorial, they don't like that stuff because they want it to look real, like it was at that particular location. So there's that. There's that one crawling up photo. Crawling photo. Let's see here. We got. There's this one. This one's kind of nice. We got. What's we got here? The front 3/4 of the vehicle. Nose. See the thing, detail shots aren't necessarily that appealing. I had sent. Let me see if I can find the. I had done. Let's see. JPEG selects, process rejects. See if the rejects. If there's anything in the rejects that I like. Sometimes I reject things because they just need more informational stuff. So let's look at that stuff. See if there's anything in there. Sometimes there's stuff that looks great for me, but isn't compelling for the magazine. This is all right, but with interiors, I don't like shooting from the driver's side because the steering wheel ends up overlaying over all of that central stuff here. I feel like if this had a cool image in the background, it would be great. So I'm gonna look 1271. I'm gonna go to a Lightroom here from the actual shoot. Go to around the 1271 area. Actually, I can just look at these shots here. I think, what did I send them? I sent them this one. It's actually all right. I'll go ahead and bring that one in here then, into the InDesign layout. So, can you be more specific, Rob, about the atmospheric perspective that you're speaking of? I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm not 100% sure. It's really compelling, this one. I like this one. Let's see here. Want to give me. I've lost it again. Story of my life. Can't click on the Defender stuff or I'll get fired. I really wish I had put these in 2 separate folders. Story of my life. JPEG selects. There we go. This is from the actual shoot. This is the one I sent them. Let's see. Oh, Alt Shift C. Yeah, it's not really doing it for me. I did slightly wider angle here. So another thing is, like, the thing that's challenging with this particular vehicle, and that's the other thing, when you're taking these shots, you have to keep in mind. Yeah, absolutely, totally blur the backgrounds to make stuff pop. This one was blurred more. This I didn't blur much more, and neither did I this one. But sometimes, yeah, usually I definitely blur stuff. Put more wheel spin on the wheels, motionize the background more. It just, when the car looks like it's ripping, it looks so much better. The problem is this. The problem is the terrain didn't lend itself to the vehicle going very fast, and I didn't have the time to sit there and shoot at like a 50th or a 30th or even an eighth of a second at a car traveling at 50 miles an hour, because you're basically spraying at that point, and I'd have like 8,000 shots to go through to find ones that are in focus that work for what I'm trying to do. So it's a matter of like, all right, did I get what I needed? Can I move on, or do I need to keep shooting, and so on and so forth? So it can be a little bit challenging in that respect. So see if I. It's just such an awkward angle. Now, again, the trendy thing now is to basically do, super wide, awkward stuff. But does it enhance what's going on? I think due to the shape of the vehicle, it's not exactly appealing. Plus, another thing to keep in mind is you really want to show like depth, and you want to draw your viewer in, and the whole point of these images, with the Porsche here is that you know, you're you're able to go in and out. Like when I post stuff, like in my Insta stories, the whole point of not having the vehicle the same distance from the camera or the same scale to the frame in every single shot is it then gets the viewer to then go in and out of the images that they're looking at, and then they get to kind of like bounce around the composition. Whereas if you have beautiful shots, like here, and say here, and here, and they're all the same distance from the camera, it then ends up being not as compelling because you are only as good as your worst shot. And if you're not really interacting with the shots and everything's pretty static, then you kind of, screwed the pooch on that, and kind of, just prevented your layouts are preventing you from getting the most out of your shots. Like that. I think I want something further away than this one, maybe from the rear. Like this is okay. It's not amazing. The other thing is this particular color with the blue, it flattens it out, so you don't see it. So this is another thing. So if you look at this vehicle compared to the Porsche, right? The Porsche, let me get a better shot here. So I shot this vehicle right here, right? Yeah, and you can kind of see. See how the color of the red completely goes away? The sun is at a 45-degree angle to the vehicle, which is usually how I like to light my. It's part of my style is where I put the sun in my shot. So where I put the vehicle in relation to the sun kills the paint. The color of the car is gone. So it's usually colors that are lower than middle gray in terms of their saturation and brightness need to have light directed into them. So by lighting it this way, the car goes completely flat. So vehicles that are normally below the middle range, you want, so to give you an idea, so the sun's starting to come a little bit more 45 to me, and I'm 45 to it, whereas this one's almost straight on. I'd say maybe 5 degrees off from being straight on to the sheet metal. That one's also straight on. But if you start to look at the shots towards the end of the day, so I shot these here, right? This thing is dead, right? This thing is completely, except for where the sun is coming into the vehicle, right here, where the sun's taking light. So I'm not the type of person that likes to have the sun behind me. And this vehicle is the type of vehicle that wants to have the sun directly at it. Because once the sun catches the light, or the paint catches the light, then it's able to reflect, and that's what you're seeing. That's why when you shoot vehicles that are black paint, you can't light them because black absorbs light. So it's really challenging in terms of, like this, 45, like the sun's literally 45 degrees from the angle. I'm shooting 45 degrees into the car. The sun's 45 degrees above. It's directly lighting the vehicle into the shot. So these are just things to as a shooter that I have to keep in mind. It doesn't like shade very well, right? Some of these bridge shots were cool, but I just not super excited about it. These are kind of nice mountain-wise for the shot that I had done. I think if this, so I'm gonna take this one just for the sake of what we're doing here. And basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open this up, and I'm gonna show you like how I would add motion to the wheels and things like that to kind of give it a little bit more awesomeness, as I guess you would say, something like this. This, I had some time to kind of play with. Uh, Play with getting some shots on the road. I just had them drive back and forth. Just kind of did some spraying. So with this, I'm gonna plug in my Wacom pen here. All right. Go here. There we go. Right now, this is low res. So this is I'm just doing this for the sake of seeing if it's going to be worth doing it. So I'm going to duplicate the background. We're going to use the select tool here. I'm going to click and drag on my. Is this the select one? Yeah, it is. I'm going to drag on the vehicle so I can cut the vehicle out. Mask that. So I have the vehicle by itself. Now what I'm going to do normally is with this particular stuff, when you're motionizing the vehicle, you know what? Let's go. Yes, stamp. When you're motionizing the background in relationship to the vehicle, you have to clone the vehicle out of most of the background, or it's going to bleed into. That includes the shadow. So the shadow we would have to recreate. So I'm going to start getting rid of some of this stuff here. I don't get too crazy with it. With this particular thing, it doesn't have to be in great detail. I'm going to save this just so I have it. I'm going to do you'll call this layered for Jeep. I have a Jeep layered already. I'll call this for social. Let's see here. Just save that. Normally I put a layered at the end of it, but these are just, if it's in there and it's layered, it's I know what it's doing. I'm just going to kind of stamp this out here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try the, since we're streaming on Behance, duplicate the background. I want to use the heal brush or the healing. Yeah, and we'll see what this thing. Let's try the patch tool. See what this thing brings to the table here. Yeah, a little bit more here. It's not the best. It's a struggle because it'll work-ish. Grab this here. And grab some of the stuff over there. So on that side. If I got rid of this stuff, it would help. See if I take this just for time-consuming purposes. Put that there. Horrible. I'm gonna grab here. It's perfect just for this quick. Let's see what this thing can do. So I'm just gonna, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna brush that right side back in there. That. Normally, for crazy motion stuff, I have to transfer my license from my MacBook, but I have virtual rig that I normally use, and that is kind of where I end up bringing all this stuff together. So this is gone now. So duplicate the background. I'm going to do a control option, Shift E. So it's merged all together, and I'm going to go into, I'm going to save it again. So I have file, blur. I think I want to, let's see if I go to the blur gallery actually. I'm going to do a path blur. So this will give me control over, let's see how this thing works here. All right, got that. And what I want to do is mimic the shape of the road. I'm just getting this started here. Now I can kind of start controlling, start deleting this stuff. I'm going to get this here. I'm going to start putting it into the shape of the actual motion that the vehicle was going in. Grab this here. Grab this. And I kind of want to have them all end up at the same vanishing point. And what I'll do is I have to change the speeds of these, but this kind of gives you an idea of like where it starts and where it ends. And then I'll usually put another one back here, and we'll slow this one. I don't know if I can control each one individually, but we'll see. If it just does the whole, it looks like it does the whole thing, unfortunately. It would be nice if we could control. Basically, the area in the back. So when you think about when you're following a vehicle as you're shooting it, the area in the foreground that you're tracking, depending on where I'm trying to think here. And normally it's with, if you're doing car to car. So if you're doing car to car and you're following the vehicle, the area with the least amount of spin to it is going to have the least amount of motion to it, which is usually an area back here. The stuff that's further away isn't going to be as blurred as the stuff in the foreground that's closer to you. I might have to do this in parts where I blur this particular section. Oh. Let's see here if I can control this. Strobe flashes. Speed. Centered blur. Edit blur shapes. See, I haven't played with this stuff that much. What does this allow me to do here? Let me speed it up individually. You know, if they're Rob, if they're hero shots, I will drop the backgrounds in. I will shoot them separately. Normally, I'll have 2 or 3 cameras that I'm shooting. There we go. They thought of it. This is what we want. Let's see here. Just trying to get this figured out. Look at that. I'm gonna draw another one in there. See if it'll let me. Oh, look at this. I want to slow the end down here. Well, let me do that. No, look at that. This thing just changed direction. It does change direction. Holy shnikes. They've been busy over at Adobe. That. What? And I can add wobble to this thing. Look at this. This is going to be a cool shot if this works out. That. Look at this. What's going on here? Trying to get this area here to be slower. Almost like a still, because this stuff coming around the corner here is going to be kind of. If I mess with this, I have to do it separately. That. Guys, we may have a solution to not having to go to virtual rig. I am impressed. Crikey. So there's still some issues, like this stuff happening here, which could just be my lack of understanding of the program. So I'm trying to get this stuff squashed here. You know what? We're just going to shorten these up. Maybe that'll be the solution to this problem here. Straighten this out. I wonder if I do another one here, if this will solve this problem. No. Oh, the undos don't go all the way back. That's a bummer. All right. All right, so I'm just kind of getting this all adjusted here. Still wobbly. I believe I should be able to go back. I probably would have to read. I wonder if there's a way to save this. Probably is. That way I can apply it on a higher resolution image. I don't have to do this all over again. That is the dream. Slowing up the back end. Bringing this back over here. I'm kind of amazed that they did this. I'm wondering if I don't need so many now. Curve this, will it match? No, not quite. I want this slower, so if I drag this, will it slow it down? Ish. The back end. Nope, didn't want to add another. So there's some issues. This pinching here is kind of not ideal, but I'm going to try and keep it underneath the vehicle so I don't see it, right? I'm going to slow this down here. All right. All right, but this over here is way too fast. So I kind of want to slow this down. This way. See what that controls. We'll go out of the picture here. This part's driving me crazy, so we got to figure this out. Add another. Let me add another one. Way much. Another one. No, nope. Oh, interesting. So I held down Alt and it turned it into a corner. This might be the solution to these in terms of making these. It's curved. Curved. Make this one the corner. What happened here? Everybody likes things to be like straight up. This is how you do this, but none of it is ever like that. There's a little bit of fishing. Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, people. Stock market just closed. It was intense. Oh, I'm gonna bring these back out here. And I'm trying to keep the weirdo part underneath the vehicle, where I would basically be bringing that information back. Like that. Being weird. I want to slow it down. Same thing with this one. We're getting close. This is too intense here. Let's slow that part down too. This is weird too, but I think I can fix that in Photoshop. This back part's fine. This part is funky. So I'm gonna figure this out here. Bring this back out here. There we go. We got this going on here. Try deleting this whole thing together and see what happens. Nope. If I delete that, this ends up coming towards me, but maybe this will solve all of the problems here. I just want to put this underneath. We got smoke coming out of the back of the vehicle. Why does it pinch like that? This part's going to be noticeable, so I'm going to figure this out here. Better-ish. I'll try and bring this anchor point back in here. I can get rid of this. Add another one. And delete this one. Delete delete this one. What if I delete the whole thing? We have this here. Bring this part in. We're close. That wouldn't be right, but bring this back. Still see that. Let's see if I move this all together here. Trying to get this end to basically not have as much control. I'm going to speed this up here. And one more attempt getting this to be a curve. Doesn't want to do it. Slow that down. All right, it's a little better. I still have. Oh. Yeah, delete that. Bring this back in. It's not giving me what I want. Maybe that'll be fine for this particular test. I think the controls definitely need more work because it's just not. I wouldn't have stuff in sharp like that. If I do, I feel like I would have better luck just using the motion blur. Filter blur, motion blur. I feel like I'd have better luck. And I'm just trying to match the angle of the road here. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. There's not much of a difference between just regular motion blur and that. I'm gonna try and figure out if I can. See if I can get the virtual rig open on this other machine here, and then we can see that. We can see, have an idea of how that works. In the meantime, I'm gonna save this off. Um, TIFF. We can do this without layers. Every time. Adobe would love to have the opportunity to choose save without layers as a TIFF before actually saving. I do for VR, so I know what it is. I'm gonna try here. I'm gonna do this. Sorry guys, I'm just setting this up here. See how I can get this here. You seen that the whole time? There we go. All right. So I'm gonna disable this for a second here. Oh, look, you can see the chat box. It's working. So I'm gonna be right back and get this set up for you. Hang in there. All right, we're back. This is as good as this is going to get. So this program allows me to. I'm glad you're awake, Rob. This program allows me to control the motion at which I blur. So it's the same basic function of the way that Adobe's blur works, except I have way more control, which is probably the reason they charge so much for this program. So here I'm going to grab this particular tool here, which allows me to then transform these. I can literally put them exactly where I want. Throw this curve on here. And then I weigh it in the way that I want the road to line up here. And then these sliders here control the speed. So I'll do one like this, and then another one like this. I'll throw one across the back here, slow it down. So I can put one here, and then slow up these points here. And the closer they get to the end, the slower they are. I'll grab this whole thing, move it over, slow it down, because the area in the background I don't believe will be as fast as the area in the foreground. I'm going to grab this here. I'm going to actually put this right in the middle. This will be kind of like my starting point. So I can basically just continue to follow the curve through the shot here. Drop this here, the end. And the cool thing about this is you can actually control the jitter. Sometimes there's when you're shooting, there's wind going on, right? And that'll blow the bushes in different directions. So what happens is you get this like waviness that happens in the actual bushes that you can't control. Start slowing these up here. See, this one's really fast here, so we'll slow that one down. And you really want to kind of keep these the same length here. They do offer this program as a subscription, or you can buy it outright. I use it a lot, being that it is a big part of what I do. So I own the program. But I've been using this for a long, long time. I don't even know since when. There. These are about the same length here. This will be shorter. This will be shorter here. You kind of start to see how I can kind of control. Add another one of these points here. I'm able to. I apologize. I'll have this license transferred over next time, and we'll be able to see how this works high res. I'm going to take this one and bring it back over here since it's separate from the object here in this foreground. Take this one here, move it over, bring this one down, move it over, slow up this point, duplicate that. Scale this down. And I'm just really controlling the motion of the bushes. I'm going to do this one again. Put it up here in the background so I can control more of this turn that's going on here. I'm going to throw in another one over here on the side to help control this area here, because this is a surface and this is a surface, and I need completely different control points for that. So that way, because they're on different planes, which is tough in Photoshop because they do end up blending all of that kind of together, which is the challenge with that. But I know at the end of the day, their objective is to, do what this program does, I believe. So, kind of getting this in here. Again, these control points here on the end, I want to be about the same speed. And I'm trying to go in alignment with the plane And when I have 2 points like this, I always try and keep them to be about the same distance apart from ends. That way the speed lines up and matches. But you see how much smoother this is? And controlled motion, like to me, it looks like an actual like rig shot that would look like if I were to shoot it out there in the real world. Like the area in the center wouldn't have as much blur as the areas towards the edges of the frames, edge of the frame. Again, these I probably want to keep kind of similar, all on the same plane here. And duplicate. You know what? Let me give this a little bit more curvature here. I'm going to duplicate this one. Bring this one in here. Fill out the edges here. Again, this is giving me absolute control over which areas get speed and which areas don't and how fast. Because ultimately, the area that gets closer to the camera will, to me, have more motion than the other areas. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Rob. It's getting there slowly. This is kind of that thing, though. Adjust this here, bring this one back, kind of bend this control point over a little bit more. So now it's looking, and I think I could probably start speeding up as I get closer to the camera here. Remember, the further the point from the arrow, the more action I'm going to get. This actually fix this here. I don't believe we would have that much motion over there. That's looking a little better. Bring that down. This one. That to me is looking a little bit more realistic. This is probably a little too fast here. I'm liking what's going on here. And the cool thing also is I can end up doing 2 versions of these. So I'll duplicate this, bring it all the way to the edge. So that way I have full control of this motion. I'm going to bring this up a tiny bit because we're closer to the edge of the frame now. I'm going to want a lot of blur. There we go. A little bit more. I'll bring this out this way. That to me just looks fantastic. Now, I can do enable jitter effect here, which is really cool. Oh, you guys can't see it. Move this over a little bit. So right here, I'm going to focus for you guys, but it says jitter effect. And click on jitter effect, and it puts a little wobble in these lines like you would have, and I can do it totally randomly in the direction that it's controlled at. Too crazy. That to me looks realistic. So then I would go to, I think it's this. Tell me which one here. Oh, here we go. Undo. Render settings. Here we go. Render settings. So I'm kind of looking at this here. It gives you an idea because let's see the. Reminds me this is low res. All right. It looks pretty damn real to me. It's a little blown out for you guys, but I'm gonna bring this up on the other screen. So I'm gonna save this. Save this. All right, so it's already saved it in there. Perfect. I'll save this render folder in there, and then we'll head back over to the other screen here. adjust this here for a second. There we go. How are we doing out there? Hey, thanks for coming, Rob. Appreciate it. Right, so here's our vehicle carving up through the dust. This is the background we motionized in Virtual Rig. It gives it that control. This is the motion blur in Photoshop, and this is the motion that was created with the path. I think it was path blur. So this is just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here. Now, of course, if I were to, the car's going faster. The car's going faster. It's going to have more motion in the wheels. So I'm going to apply this layer mask here. And I'm going to go my key, or the selection tool. We'll select this wheel here. Just go mask. Get rid of the wheel wall. Now, the reason I didn't do this for the actual, when I delivered these to car and drivers, because you don't want to give them stuff that, for their particular, what they're using this stuff for is specifically to educate the viewer about the vehicle. It's really just a product review. And though I might be able to alter the aesthetics, by altering the vehicle, it doesn't become true to what's actually taking place in the story, and it becomes unnecessary. At that point, you're just, I would say you're lying to the reader, right? We don't want to do that. So apply that layer mask, and then I'll go to save this. Let's see if there's my Photoshop file here. Get rid of the 4VRs on it. Save. We're going to replace the old one. All right, cool. So I'm going to go to filter, blur gallery. I'm going to go with spin blur. So this I'm going to put right literally over the wheel. Put this right on the center. And this actually works really well for this. I actually prefer this over Virtual Rig when it comes to motionizing. Kind of slide the edges. Zoom in here. And this is just a low res version, just to figure out whether or not I'd want to use this one, which I don't. More or less to show you guys how this works. Make this bigger so I can narrow this down here. I guess it has a limit to the size it'll go at a certain spin width. All right, so that looks pretty good. I just really want sharp edges around. I'm going to try rotating it a tiny bit to see if that. All right, let's see the. We can go crazy with it, which wouldn't match the speed of the shot. So what I usually kind of look for is the width here, kind of matching some of the width of the blur in the shot. I feel like at that particular angle, maybe a little bit more than there. Still looks like it's going, probably about right. Bring this down a little bit. Try rotating it a tiny bit more. Bring this end in. looking pretty good for me. There we go. A little bit more motion in that wheel. Turn our car on. There we go. Do the same thing with the one in the back. So I'm going to duplicate this. Apply the layer mask. The select tool. Grab this up here. I'm going to go mask that. Turn off the old car. I just want to fix my... Normally I just brush this over one that I have, wheel that I have. I'm just going to do this part of it. Cool. And I have to use a different, normally I would just kind of use the blur motion that I had before. What I do is I literally drag this, I would drag this over to here and then run the filter again. But because the wheels are on two separate axes, I have to do it from scratch again. So I'm going to duplicate this. Already did. Apply my layer mask. I'm going to go filter blur. We'll save again. Filter, blur, gallery, spin blur. Just directly over the center there. Reel this in here. Scale it down. Oh, can't. The image is so small. Really want this right at the center of the cap. I don't want blur going back and forth. I really just want spin on this. Let's see if I give this one more than normal here. Just stop because the tighter the angle. Let's see if I bring this wider and then let me bring it smaller. The narrower the angle on the surface, the harder it is to blur this stuff. Make it look real. Lower that again. Turn my preview off just to see. Yeah, it's just enough. Wheel spin in there. Just want to double check that it's in the center. Move it over a little bit to the left. And we should be good. All right, turn our full vehicle on here. Our spinning wheel, or the spinning wheel. All right, and now I'm gonna duplicate this one because it's our original cutout, and I'm gonna start brushing back in what was. I don't want that one. My main hard, main soft. There we go. Start brushing the background back in. Now, notice the vehicle has no shadow. My brush tool here. Shut up. Thing's always yelling at me. I feel like I am married to two people sometimes. Photoshop. All right. I'm bringing some of this back in here. Just to see what it looked like. See if there's something I want to keep. Maybe add more motion to. Like this actually looks pretty good here. Let's see what we got going on here. Add part of it. Well, don't like actually any of that. But this I like. This I want to keep. I love this dusty clouds here. I'm at 30%. I'll go 50. Kind of come up really high here. I'm starting to see some of the background there, so I'm gonna brush that out. And then go back the other way, inverting, and then I'll hide some of that. All right, and then we'll go make a new layer, and then what I want to start doing is brushing in more dust. Go to my brushes here. Look for my clouds. Tree leaves, grass, dunes. The cloud, scatter clouds. Let's scatter. Sample the color. I'm guessing these things are really big. What size? Yeah, 2200. Start at 30. Sample the color that's here. Still gotta get this new Wacom pen. Just kind of getting some of that dust back in there, making this a little bit more exciting. Add another layer. Just kind of get behind the vehicle here. Again, because this car is now going faster, the dust isn't going to get as high as fast. Just kind of do that like it looks like it's. We'll brush that out later. All right, now I want to do we're going to move this layer up front. And what I'll do for you guys is I'll actually throw this up. Since it's low res, I'll throw this up on the Behance server for everybody subscribed, and you'll have access to this particular layer file here. Go back to this color here, and we'll be throwing a shadow on this eventually. $20, $30. $60. Smaller. Get in the nitty gritty so you guys can see better. The other. This brush doesn't. I'm gonna try something different. This brush doesn't like me brushing the other way, so I'm gonna go this way. Get what I want, like that, and then I'm just gonna flip it. And that way it'll look like it's coming right up from right. And I'm gonna actually just duplicate that since it looks so good and put it over here too. Warp it a little bit, make it look so it looks a little different. There we go. And same thing for the other one. I'm gonna duplicate it though and keep my original. And then I'm gonna go to my mask, start brushing some of that out. I'm like 40. Right, and then I'm actually gonna put some coming off the top of the wheel here. See how that just starts to look a little real there? I'm gonna do one more layer, do 20, go really big, just give it a splattering. There. Now it looks like it's totally coming off there. Now, we wouldn't have any dust on the front of the vehicle because it's not traveling through. I'm gonna go back to my normal brushes, make it bigger. 30. Opening this up. It's got a little too much blue in it, so I'm gonna blue. Pull the blue out of there. Make that a little red. Boom. Delicious. Now, what I'll do in another stream is we'll add some foreground objects to this to make it look cooler. I'm kind of liking it. It's kind of growing on me a little bit. This is just a little low-res testy test. to see whether we were going to like this or not. I'm going to label this stuff. So we'll go front wheel or front pass. And then we'll put all that stuff that's front pass in there. Right. Front passenger. All right. Rear, passenger rear. Maybe that folder. Passenger rear wheel. Then we're going to call this dust. I'll label it for you so you know what's what. This is our front pass. Bottom. This is pass door. This one is top, front pass top. This one is bottom driver. What I'll do is I'll just put this in its own folder and call it orgs. So I know that I still have that if I want to go back to it. Curves. What's this back here? So this is a big blast behind. Big blast left behind. There we go. Group these. Dust. So I want to call this one virtual rig motion. And then we'll go org background. All right, cool. So save that. I'm gonna back up here. So I've got my adjustments. I just want this to the vehicle. So I'm gonna click it to that. Open that up. Got some wheel motion going on the wheels here. And what I want to do now is I'm gonna shift click this and I'm gonna start bringing that shadow back in there. So I'm gonna go on top of the vehicle, solid color, click OK, turn it off. And then I'm gonna go to the color and then I'm gonna select this part under the vehicle. I'm gonna turn off my dust for now, the motion, and this is just purely for shadows. How's everybody doing today? You guys are quiet today. I guess you guys don't like it when I do boring professional stuff. You guys want the crazy cowboy riding a fly on a train, playing guitar to an audience of chickens in the middle of the marketplace. I can't believe that went so crazy. 800 people wanted to watch that. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Anybody have any questions? No? All right. Well, we'll party on. If there's something you guys want to see, please mention it. I love challenges, or, with ADD, it's just a matter of time before we're somewhere we didn't plan on being. Hold on, we've got a comment here. Could just be spam. My comments. Live pair motion. to help you, buddy. The comments are working on the bottom here. Are the comments too small, guys? Can you see them? I make my thing here big. There we go. I froze. I'm back. That's what he's trying to say. Sorry about that. I'm trying to see if I can read this. If I make this large enough. Settings. 1080. Oh yeah, you can read that. Man, that car looks sharp. Looks sharper than the version I'm looking at. It's like cheating. Yeah, it was frozen. I fixed it. Thanks, Rob. All right. And my last rep, his name was Rob. Rob Bacall Reps. He's a good guy. Really, really nice guy. All right, so all this stuff's off. We're adding our shadow. So we'll fill this with black. All right. We're going to go to my... And we're going to go hard. I like to start with a nice hard brush, and then we'll go narrow. Put that down. Change the ankles just a tiny bit more. Sorry about the sneeze. I'm trying not to. There. So I'm at 100%. I just want to get it in there and be as close to what I'm actually looking at as possible. I really like to keep the detail of the shadows. Like I know like there's some spots where you see and some spots where you don't, and I feel like it's important to get all those little things because that's what makes it look real when you're adding it in. And I'll show you what else I do to kind of keep that looking as real as possible. So I'm kind of shift clicking my way through all these details here. Bring that around there. Go this way. It looks like the shadow's disappearing, but it's just the smoke or the dust behind the tires. I'm still keeping all these little details here, and I'll actually have on and off to make sure I'm getting everything. My way through here. Now, if the car is going faster in motion, you're not going to see the little bumps in the rocks like you would normally see them right now. So that's something you have to... A lot of times when I'm doing stuff, if I'm not sure what it's going to look like, I'll go through and I'll actually look at something else that's already been done to see if it even comes close. And then I'll match that. There's no point in faking or trying to make something look real. Sometimes it's just little details like that that people notice. Your shot is shopped. All right. So I'll do this. So this is basically, so I block out the full shadow. So this is what I call, and I'll call this one the cast shadows, because this is the shadow that's cast directly from the sun. There's another shadow you have under there, and it's the drop shadow. So I'll label this cast shadow. And then I'm going to duplicate it. I'll call this one, which will be over the top. It should be over the top of this one, yeah. This one will be just, literally just under the wheels. And this will be the darkest portion under the wheel. Make this a little skinnier. I'll drop that in there. There we go. Right under the wheel. I don't know if I want to see that, but this is eventually going to go underneath. So I'm not going to see it anyways. So I'm going to bring this one back. I'm just going to sliverly bring this back in here. There we go. All right, so that's in there. And what I always do is I'll always do, plus the drop. I always duplicate my shadows because now I'm going to start manipulating the edges. And if there's something I mess up and I want to go back to my original, I at least have that copy. So always copy everything. You can never have too much. Duplicate that. I'll turn the original off and I'll work from the copy. So we've got this. I'm going to turn the car back on. There's the mask. Got the dust. Front, passenger, all the dust. Motion. So I'm looking at this now. I'm going to move this to underneath the vehicle here. I'm going to keep this gray so I know it's off. It's usually what I like to do with stuff that I'm just have copies of. There we go. So got our vehicle, and there's the shadow. Now the shadow is going to let me know whether my dust is looking real or not. I'm going to put this even further behind this other shadow here, or this other piece of dust. Bring that dust up there. There. Dust in the background. Now, I'm turning this, we're going to work with this one first. I'm going to turn my drop shadow off. And look at the cast shadow. Leave it on, and I'm going to turn on the original image. See the transparency there? I'm going to go and I'm going to match that. I'm going to do that with an extremely long gradient. I'm going to put this in a folder, put a mask on it, gradient. Want the transparent. Go to black. D for default, X foreground, and we're just going to go really far out here and just start lightening this thing up where it looks like oops, did that right on top of it. Don't want to do that. Where it starts to look just like the one that's actually in there. Close. I'm going to try and see what the difference is. There's a little bit of dust behind the wheel there, so I'm going to bring some of this back. The other way. On gradient. Oh, I'm on the brush, that's why. Gradient tool. Bringing that back. I'm actually going to do that on this side too. Cool. Okay. So now I'm going to double check that one more time. That's pretty damn close. Now, if you've noticed, the original, the edges are soft. Totally normal. So what we're going to do is I have this duplicated, so I'm good. I'm going to go brush. Actually, I'm not going to brush. I'm going to go with my blur tool here. I'm going to put this on 10. And then my Wacom tablet's going to go nuts. Put this on 10. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to start just touching the edges of this. Just kissing it. Now, it looks a little sloppy inside underneath the vehicle here. I'm just going to turn this off and on again just to double check. There's one part that I missed. I'm going to turn that back on. Go here. Zoom in. Make sure I'm on 100% here. I want to bring this back in. What's going on? I don't know why I'm not seeing it. Strength 100. I'm still on my blur tool, that's why. Why didn't anybody say anything? Guys, you guys are off today. All right. Turn it back on again and off. Pretty good. Now we get to play with, see, dust, passenger, driver wheel dust. Here we go. That's the driver wheel spin. This is the wheel motion. Wheel motion. All right. My dust here. I'll color this gray because we're not using it. So I'm going to go to soft here. And what I'm going to do is, since, you know what, I'm going to mask, I'll put this in its own folder. I'm going to click this because I don't want it on the vehicle's front. That's right. I do want it on the wheel here, though. Start just kind of brushing this out, 30%. Back a little bit, and then I'm going to do another one and just go back to my cloud brushes here. Scattered. Make it way smaller. Just brush this in at 20. Just get something underneath there. We'll do even smaller. The interesting thing is, in the original shot, I believe, yeah, there's some going on over here. Whether it's the car reflecting, so what's probably going on here, obviously smoke is cooler and it does the same effect, but what I believe is going on here is that the car is picking up the reflection of the sun over here on the right side, reflecting into the sheet metal, and then that is filling the actual shadow. We'll go here. I think what I want to do before I'm going to duplicate this and drop it in here, so I have it still as part of my originals. And I'm going to go and I'm going to add a little motion here. It's too much. I think I want like 5, 6, 12. Yeah. Just go 10. I'm going to do the same thing here. Apply my layer mask, and I'm going to do the same thing again. Actually, too much. Six. There we go. Now, is that covering up my wheel here? Not really, so I can move this over. I'm actually going to warp this. Sometimes I'll even go in there and liquefy the edges. Just kind of blur them around a little bit. So we've got this. We'll go to the passenger front. I'm looking at that. And I kind of want to, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to grab this smudge tool. On the Wacom tablet decides it wants to work. Smudge tool. We'll go 30%. And I can start, and I want to drag this up into the tread of the tire. We're just kind of grabbing this in here. There. Went a little too far. That's cool. It's basically spinning off there, right? Now, I'm going to put my drop shadows in. I like the way they look. feel like I want a little bit more on that front tire. Which I think I want, yeah. I'm gonna go 20, even though I'm on a really hard brush here. 40. Go 0. Just want to see what I'm getting. Doesn't seem like it's showing up. Oh, that showed up there. All right, so it's our dust that's preventing that, which is fine. Dust in the back. Save this again. Dust back, dust front. I think we're looking pretty good here in terms of. I think just for the sake of, since we're here, I'm gonna go ahead and bring this into CG and see if there's something I can throw in the foreground. Since we're already doing this, even though that's slightly time consuming, so I'm gonna save this as a JPEG to be able to bring in later. I'll bring into 3ds Max. Good. You know what? I'm gonna give Adobe the benefit of the doubt. They have like a render bushes or something in here. I'm gonna see if we can do that. Let's see 3D. I've seen it before. 3D. Image. What was it? Maybe if I want a different layer here. 3D. New 3D layer from file. 3D. Generate bump. Anybody else remember? Like I saw it before. Yeah. Uh, I thought they had this. I mean, they do. I'm just not that familiar with it. 3D distort. Yeah, no. Well, so it is a JPEG. I'll bring in my bring it into 3ds Max. Try some bushes in there. We'll save it as a copy. Okay. Go here. Search you guys to the correct window there. There we go. I go to my materials tab. Swap out my image here. Swap that out with the image we just grabbed. Deep. Prepared for social. JPEG copy, open. Cool. I'm going to go to our environment here. Also change. Oops. view, use file, files. Uh, social, and then our JPEG. Open. So I'm see what I'm looking at here. Apply to active view. Cool. So this is an old file I have where basically I'm able to kind of pretend we're the I'm going to go to this other shot here that we were working on. Does this give me lens information? Because that's what I need. I need to know what lens this was shot on. Camera data, exposure, focal length, 10, lens, RF. That's all it's going to tell me. Focal length, 108. Okay, cool. It'll tell me. I'll pull that up. So that's what I need for this particular thing. These are the JPEG, all JPEGs in here. And we did this one shot right here. Nope. Well, that's slightly cooler than I was just. Oh, right, it was a reject that I was working on. That was quite the tangent. This one was shot at f2, focal length 36. I'm going to go back to this max here. I'm going to change my camera to 36. 36 meter. 6. Cool. All right. Camera target. It's on our sphere. Clearly the camera is higher, so I'll raise the camera up. All right. Raising the camera up. Lower my camera target. Just take a second. Cool. Now this is just for foreground objects. So I'm actually going to make the plane that this is on. I believe it's on plane 1. Make this way smaller. I don't need all this stuff. We'll turn it up and actually just edit poly and delete the stuff we don't need. I'm not going that far past. Take this, select it, delete it. Or I can go, yeah, it's gone. Cool. Done. Turn it off. Go to my forest pack. Should update. Yeah, the plane's updating. All right, cool. I gotta put a sphere. Let me figure out where my sphere is right here. I gotta put a path. Let's see, what is. I'm back on my forest pack here. I need to go to items, editor, surfaces. Plane 1, which is the main plane. And then I have areas that I'm adding, taking away. So where's this ellipse 1? So I'm on ellipse 1. Ellipse 1 here. That's where the vehicle is. We'll move this over. I really want this to basically act like the road. I'm going to make this larger. Whoops. Larger the other way. Rotate it. Move it over. Scale it up. I'm actually going to go front view. Where's the camera at? I'll go front, full front view. I'm going to rotate this thing to match the perspective of the road. Top view again, move it over. Scale it down a little bit. This will give us some nice roadside shrubbery. Make it a little bit smaller. Cool. I'm gonna get a different plant here. So we're gonna go to my forest pack kit here. Forest pack. I'm gonna save what we've done so I don't lose anything here. Control S. Forest pack. Gonna see it coming to life here. I'm actually gonna make. Right, got it. I'm actually gonna make the sphere invisible because the sphere is what's gonna be casting our shadow. Oh, I gotta move our sun too. The sun is not in the right spot. So we'll see where we are sun-wise. The sun is like way off to the side here and higher. Almost like completely cross-lit. It was above the lake. Go here on this side, and then we'll bring this up. It's going behind the camera, the target, so move the target to just on the other side of where the vehicle would be, which would make it over here. It's really blown out. So I'm going to take their sun properties and just tone that down a bit. Make this, cut it in half, 0.5. Still too bright. I'm going to go back to my camera and see what my camera settings are. Even my background image is freaking lit. Go here. I'm going to change this brightness to screen. Output, was this at like 10? Whoa. I'm going to bring this render window match here, and I'm going to change this up. This stuff is lit. Let me see sure I don't have any. I'm going to refresh my render here. I have some like lens properties going on here, so I'm going to mess this up for a second. I don't have any lens effects on here. Well, I have the denoiser, which I want. I'll go back with that and fix this so it's not messed up for you guys. Oops, almost. There we go. Okay. Sun. Or, you know what? We're on the camera. Let me change exposure here. Because the flowers are hot too. I go to 200. It's better. My background's still lit though. I think the sky is that of the. It is. I'm going to go to my environment. 8. It's not showing up. Make sure I'm getting. Yeah, I want the image to be my sky. See what that looks like. Plug that in there. Same materials. My V-Ray Sky, which should be here at the bottom somewhere. Sky. Change my sun. Aerial perspective on, which is fine. Change my camera. Up the ISO to 50 probably. Oh, the problem is there's a problem. This one to 8 instead of 200. There we go. I'm just going to stop this render and start it again. Now I have to change my sun brightness again. Go back to 0.5. Just want to match what's going on here. All right. We got some flowers going on. I'm going to make this invisible to the camera since we don't need any flower reflections in our vehicle, which is the whole point of that. We'll end casting a shadow, but we don't need a shadow either. Properties. Let's do in the sun. I don't want the sun. I'll make that invisible to the camera. Oh, wait. Oh, here we go. Cool. That's gone, but it's casting a shadow, which is fine. It gives us a little foreground object. Now I want it to go to my forest pack here. Let's save what we've done so far. I'm going to add, see if it gives me the library here. No. I want custom objects. So I'm going to remove that. I'll create a new forest thingy. I'm going to go iTools software. Forest Pack Pro. Select. We want something different. Something that I want to go back to my image here real quick. Actually, I can see it from my other machine. What do we have in there? Daisies or something on the edge of the road? Got flowers. No. Wouldn't have trees. Stones. Nope. Stumps. This is close, but I feel like there's other. I know there's another kit here. Here we go. Well, that's kind of cool. Leaves. Here we go. There's not much yellow in there. This blue is kind of cool. I feel like that we can bring in there. Blue cornflower. What else we got? Mulch, rugs, stones. Yeah, I think. I don't want to be too much like what I got. I feel like the blue is a nice little touch. Let's try that. I'm going to put this on the same surface that we had. Well, we'll do plain. Oh, yep. Okay. It's brought the element in here. Just waiting for it to go away. Oh. Yeah, we'll do camera clipping. What did I just do? That's what I thought. That's why we saved it. Okay. Okay. So that's the fun of that. Programs like a crash festival. So we'll wait for that to open back up, and then in the meantime, go back to our InDesign and work on our layout here, which is the whole thing we were working on to begin with. All right. I'm going to change this image and look for something different. Where I had rejects here. Let me go to this rejects folder. Ooh, almost clicked on the wrong one. Got in trouble. Deep. This is kind of a cool shot. Oh, it's too similar to the other hero. That light sucks on that. Yeah, I think that might be the one. Oh, that is a way better. So I don't like the crop on this. I think if I so what I'm going to do is just kind of keep in mind that I like this shot, but I'm going to want this brought down to be more in focus, more more in line with the image. That's actually really cool. The problem is we have that, and then we have this one too. They're all like front-facing shots. If there's anything else I can bring to the table here. There was this in the actual images. There is a. Let me open this up. What this is doing. Stuff. Close. I want to recover. I want the one that I was actually working on. Here we go. My render setup. Stop that. It's being funky, isn't it? Open up my materials window. Should get everything all set up now. All right. So back to this, getting our foliage in here. I believe I wanted to add. If I go to my forest templates here, I should find. There's 3 flowers in there. Add more stuff to it. I go to my forest pack here. Pro. Select. Like the blue flowers. You know what? I'll do this one because I can then large detail. Large because I can change the percentage of the flower arrangement. So I can add more blue flowers and take away the yellow and orange flowers. Hey, Christina, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. We are live. We're working on the Jeep Trailhawk imagery. This. Okay. Okay. Don't crash. It's fine that it did that. Oh, damn it. All right, so we won't do it that way then. I'll do it again, but let's see. I gotta do my. We'll go back to the layout here. There's an image. This one. I thought this was kind of cool. Oh, that is not too bad there. I mean, is it sexy? No. We need one more sexy shot in there. Wait, I'll just figure it out. Does this look dumb? If I go, I go, take this, move this over here. Take this one, move it here. Get the two for, and then this one ends up being this shot. I mean, that's all right. I hate saying that word though. That's all right. Let's see if we put our shot we just did in there. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. I'm such a jerk. Is this just bring up the library? The render window back up. In my materials. That doesn't want to work today. All right, now we're back. Um, well, thanks, Christina. You're very sweet. Very kind of you. Turn this off. And then save this. I'm going to go to my. I'm going to turn off the other forest pack so I don't ruin F myself here. So that should save that. I'm going to make a new plane just so it has something to attach to. Standard primitives. We'll go to plane. Make a new plane that's small. And I'm going to go to my forest pack here. I go select the library. Meadows. Don't crash on me, baby. Don't crash. Don't crash. If we just go with the. All right. Screw it. Do that. Code selected. Click on here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we saved it because we turned off the damn. Things are absolutely nuts here. Oh. should have saved that one. Damn it. All right, I'm gonna do this one more time. If it doesn't work, now we'll go to the get this other stuff working here. So in this layout, I'm gonna work in here. I want to do the for social, this new action shot. See if this is even worth putting in here. I mean, I hate saying the word. It's not horrible, but it is, right? I'm gonna rotate this the other way, give it some sass. It just doesn't. It's a complete disconnect with the other shots, and this angle is so similar. This looks cool. I mean, this might just end up being the thing here. And then we just find which detail images work. Final JPEGs. Let's see here. I liked this one. This to me was very advertorial. Let's see. What else was there? I like the detail of the little Jeep on that one. What else was there? The shot was all right. What else we got in here? We're not going to win awards with this stuff. This one was actually nice. What else we got here? Sorry for the smack. Oh, this is a cool detail. It's going together nicely now. We get this other one. We go to bridge and see if we have anything in the rejected pile. Rejects. I think it's the shape of the ooh. It's the shape of the vehicle that I don't like. I mean, I hate to say it, but I feel like I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna duplicate the background. I'm not even gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna take this top part, right, and then we'll add this, add that, add this part again, try and add this part. I want to give it to me. I want that part too. Okay, add this top part. And what I'm thinking is if I can probably cheat this. Sure, I'll just get rid of this stuff. I would cut it out anyways. Bring that back in. So my plan here. Now that I've cut the sky out, if I were to take one of these other background shots, I can see this isn't too bad. I just want to see more of it. Maybe this background. Problem is this one's later in the day. Get this opened. I'm going to my materials. You guys back to materials. Back to 3 days max here, and I'm going to try this again without crashing it. I want you to do that. What is this called? Maybe I can look for it. Oh. Try it again. Oh, you know what? I know what's doing it. I figured it out. I had to turn my render screen off. There's no problem. How you're able to see. Right, turn the render screen off. That should solve this problem. Spline. My force 2. Select what object. Wait. It works for this one. On that. Yeah. Yeah. Wants me to pick where it wants to go. Go here. Okay, don't crash on me. Will you shuck? Look at all those plants in there. Now we're happening. Dude, all right, let's go to my settings. I think I'm going to use, wow, this is going to be great. I'm going to turn this forest off. Go to my other forest. And I can choose which objects I want to add to that particular one, since we know that one works. I'm actually going to delete. What was the one I was using? Forest 3 was the new one? No, Forest 1. Whatever, we'll just leave them off. So we can go to Forest 1. This is really cool. Now I'm excited. I can save this. My shit. I know. Viewport issues. Thanks, boss. You know what? I'm going to change. This will help me right away. If I go to my camera, fall off, and I'll just take a few zeros out of there. Even more, because I'm not seeing back that far. Okay, I'm seeing a little further than that, but there we go. Perfect. All right. Let's pick out our damn flowers. I'm going to add to the list the flowers. I'm going to see what's hidden here. Show me what's hidden. Ooh, what do we want here? Marigold, California poppy, blue cornflower, small, medium, large, African daisy. We'll need some tick seed in here. Maybe can we grab a few? We can. I don't want to show up. Hell. Corn, blue, tick seeds. I click on that. Okay, yes. Finally. Change the display to show me some dots. Perfect. Remove. We'll start moving. Let me mimic some of these settings here. There. These are the same size. 100% scale. Probability 85. So we'll do that. We'll change this to 85. We'll delete the other ones. Maybe I can just change the object. I can change the object. Yes. We'll go here. Change the object. Yes, and then we'll do one underneath it. That one, cool. And we'll change this one to the blue flower. Add another one. Object is the other blue flower. No. We're so close. Oh, that I'm going out of my way to add flowers to things I don't like. Right, this is our blue. Yes. Over here. Change this one to blue. Bottom one. Blue. Okay, yes. Add another one. Select. Blue. Yes. Now we're going to go to our right display points. Ooh, okay. Afraid it's a render window, but let's see what we got here. So we want the blue balloons to be 100% probability. And then I'm going to change my assortment here by going to distribution. I'm going to change the type. I'm going to go, rather than patches, we'll try streaks. Give me some more. If we went to dense, what would that do? Nothing. Patches, I want more in the foreground. Nope, nope. Let's try horizontal bands. Nope. Well, let's see what we're looking at here. All right, kiss of death. Here it goes. Render. Control S. Nothing really. All right, so we're going to increase the number of the density. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to do, was it patches 2 was on originally? That's fine. I'm going to take my ellipse, make this smaller. Get some more flowers in there. Cool. There we go. I want more blue ones though. So I'm going to go back to my forest pack, lower the probability of the other flowers to like 20-30%. Yellow ones. Geometry. Probability. There we go. 20. Hit return. 20. 20. Make that 30. And this one, 20. We're going to see more of these. Center displacement, 100%. Let's go. Flowers, damn it. Maybe that's better. I'm going to check my depth of field here. My depth of field is going to be there. go environment window. I'm looking at environment 8. Environment effects. Gray sky. If I grab this sky and drop it in here. Yes. There we go. Comes up in my render window. I'll turn my plane off. My sphere off. What's not matching the sun? The sun is freaking weird. It's at 1. Exposure off? Nope, it's the same. We'll just go dense. Maybe that's what I need to do. Forest. Dense. I don't know if I went patches too, but lost the clusters. No clusters, random. Just need my ellipse to be bigger. So top down here. Forward. All right, so it's on this plane. So if I go to my first, turn the ellipse off, go to my plane. Oh, at the yeah, well, I say that's believable. Let's go to my plane here. Plane 1 is the surface that this whole thing is on. So there's the camera. There's this thing. I go to my plane 1, go to my size. No. I gotta edit poly here. There's that. I'm gonna bring this way back. I'm gonna basically, my plan is to basically bring up the foreground in front of the camera. We'll take this part, move it back, go front view on here, make sure I see it all, and then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna raise this up underneath the camera. There, so we're behind the camera. What I want to do is we'll go left view here, zoom in. What I want to do is take this part here and we'll raise this up. More flowers near the camera. There we go. Now we can see what size we're looking at here. Bring that up, and then we'll back out. Top view for the back, left view, and we'll lower it. I should go top view, grab this side, left, and then bring that up too. Follow the slope of the road in case I want these other flowers. And then I just need to go to my camera. So I'll turn off the edit poly there. My camera, figure out where the focal point is, turn the plane off. I feel like I can make this ellipse a little bit bigger here. Top, frame it up. Move it back. Yeah, and we'll scale it up. This is almost looking really good. Bigger. Make the ellipse big. Make the ellipse big. All right. I just want these flowers to be bigger. So I'm gonna go to my forest, turn that off. Forest, make those flowers bigger. I'm gonna save this before it crashes on me. So what I can do is go into these objects and then go scale 150. Here we go. That's the key. 180. Oh my god. Too much. 150. 130. I feel like I gotta make the other ones big too. Good, dude. Now we're getting there. 115. 115. I think that's good. I think the only thing I would do is go back to my ellipse. Make it narrower on the width side. Cool. I'm going to go to make this material. Go back to change my environment to be the V-Ray sky material. I can't. I just do this the easy way. I just add a sun in here. It'll do it all for me. Sun. I'm gonna save this before I have myself. And then just draw it in here. Yes. Yes. And I'll delete it. We got just our flowers. Render that. Looks like less for some reason, but whatever. My buckets to 6. You know what? It's gonna be in motion anyways. 4, 4, 6. Save this. Render. It'll do its thing. Oh, you know what I didn't check? Depth of field. Go back to here. Go back to my camera. My camera settings. We need a top-down view on here. The camera's here. I feel like that'd be a little bit further back. What's my focal length? 2. That's fine. Camera target. Just slide this. Oops. Don't want the whole thing. Just ruin the whole shot. Camera target. Camera target. I'm gonna make my ellipse, or my what was it? This sphere. Turn the ellipse off. Sphere. Object properties. This is gonna tell me where my visible to camera. Oh, it is visible. It's not showing my shot. New render. Damn sphere. Oh, I didn't select it. Visible to camera. Okay. Cool. So this is basically spin it the other direction. Basically our car. I usually use this for the shadow, but I already have one. turn that plane on, it should show up, right? That's right. The camera target. Get back a little bit. The target. This thing gets so grabby. Target. There. Cool. All right. Turn that plane off. Save. Render. We'll go back and do other stuff. And okay. What's everybody doing? We need to do a potty break? Well, we're busy. Okay. Shot can also use some stuff in it. But I like where we're at now. See if there's anything else. Let's see if I go to bridge and look and see if there's anything else in here that I would add motion to that would look cool. Like any of these detail shots. I'm just gonna see if I can composite this image to work for something. All right, we were also compositing this other shot too. Got distracted. Things got wild. All right, so we've got this. Motion. Oh yeah, I cut this one out, right? I did. What I was going to try and do was fake this. That's right, people. We want fake ass. Here we go. Unbelievable. Sun's in the wrong direction. So, flip it. Too much hillside. And again, I need to grab. Get rid of this crap here. All right. And this mountain too. Get rid of it for me. Come on. Photoshop. Do your duty. Do it. Get rid of it. There we go. All right. Oh, crap. Control D, Control J. Apply layer mask. Shift D. Mask. And invert. This might work. Let's get rid of the crap in there. Group that. Mask it. I'm going to save this since I'm getting somewhere and I like it. So we'll go to social, Photoshop. There's for social, save. Sorry I work so small, guys. One day when I have a real desk. Ooh, we're getting somewhere. Ooh. Oof. Ish. Like that. Sure, let's put some stuff behind this vehicle. Select the vehicle. And this one again. Turn this background off. I do want to name it the background that we grabbed, just so I have reference of it, since this is just a pre-composite low-res possibility. It's $35.99. I wanted that $35.99. So this will probably go out at Porsche this week, probably next week, unless I get some Cadillac stuff happening, which I doubt it, but waiting on it. here. Go here. Select the vehicle only. Yeah, the select tool. Vehicle only, and we're going to mask out. I'm just filling this with white. Memory serves me. It is. That is what I'm doing. This looks like a cool shot. Ish. All right. What do I want? Some clouds in here. Get some mist going. Got this. Oh, Control Shift D. I'll just mask that. Go back to here. Ooh, I have an idea. Back to our brushes cloud. Ooh. What are we on? 50%? We're not seeing nothing. Why am I not seeing anything? Oh, because I masked to just see the car. There we go. Control A, delete. Control D. Didn't ask to discover anything. Thank you. Oh man. I didn't know that fog was rolling up the hills. What? Is this really happening right now? I just want to group all this stuff and put it in its own folder here. I just need to back up so I can see if this looks like it's going to be real or not. That looks like it's so real. So close. I feel like I need the transparency variableness happening on here. What are my brush settings? Scattering dynamic, opacity jitter, size jitter, minimum diameter, telescale, angle jitter, pen pressure, around the jitter, minimum scattering. Can I not control dual protect hold up. I mean, I can't control opacity. Dual brush. Color dynamics. Hue, saturation, brightness. Foreground, background. Nope. Well, if I'm on a mask and I use black, that should work. Right? We did pen pressure. And did control pen pressure for foreground color. I'm on a mask. If I use default colors. Get the maybe just regular off. Not really working. Oh, but I'm not on a mask. I'll do new layer, do screen. That's how we do this. Change the foreground, make it bigger. Are we really crawling? Oh, shut up. I can't believe this is working. We did on screen. Lighting looks way more real. I kind of can't believe this is really happening right now. Can you guys believe this? I can't believe it. Because then you believe it, and then I believe it, and then we all believe it. Are we in the Jumanji? Man, what's going on? like it's too textured-y. Like real smoke would be go 30% and go just way larger. God, holy. Okay, the fog is coming all up the hill. Let's save this brush. Call it fog crawler. This, I need that part to go. What is that? That's actually, let me take that back. Here's the thing: you start turning stuff on and off, and the next thing you know, you're like, I don't know. Next thing you know, you're like, oh, I should turn that down a little bit. This looks totally cool. We just need more. Let's do sky replace while we're at this. Man. Select the sky, go over here, use this tool. Wrong sky. The one that we brought in here. There it is. There it is. Grab that. All right, goes image, edit, sky replacement. So the sun's gonna be on it. Let's find a different sky here. You can't see that the sun is up completely, but it is like a fog. You see fog going on? Mm-hmm. Mm. Click OK. We go. What do we want? Brightness. I want to flip this thing. Flip. Right. Scale. There we go. Brightness. Mm. That, yeah. New layer. Color adjustment. Right. Temperature. Like cooler. Okay. Okay, we're good. All right, we got some stuff in here. I'm gonna mask this. Ooh, I like it. So the only way that's that bright is if the foreground is darker, which I then won't believe. Come on, go to the top, buddy. Control Shift greater than. I'm gonna go hue saturation here. Put it on the top. Save. Bring this down a bit. I do this, and then I can bring it back with the gradient. So we get a little flavor in there. All right. And then change the brightness. There's one already there, but I want to use my own. What if I just darken the whole thing? throw a gradient in the middle here. I'm going to transform this. We'll do the whole thing. Just for shits and giggles, because that's what we're here for. I'm going to convert this into a smart object. Save. Filter. Camera raw. I'm eventually going to have all these brushes up once I organize them on the subscriber section. I promise to have them. Well, I can't really promise because today's my last day of freedom-ish. But yeah, I will have them up there on the subscriber page. Get this large here. For basics here. For basic bitches up in this MFR. Here we go. So I'm lifting the shadows, and it gets to the point where it starts to look a little fake. You don't want to get rid of the fake, so I'll start to lift the blacks a little bit. Kind of flatten that out. Okay. Now I'm going to look at the color temperature overall. We'll warm that up. I'm liking that. Look at my highlights. Kind of start to bring them down. I have a bright light in my face. Do this. Now I'm going to crank up this stuff here, but I'm going to do it really subtly. I don't like to get too crazy into here because it starts to look like massive Instagram filters. I do like to bump up the saturation on this particular stuff that's going here. You see, I'm getting kind of this warm and then cool split, which is fine. I just got to bring that in, which I will do with the color overlay gradient. Why not let this blow out? We'll have to look at the other images, but that's good there. We'll go to our detail. Whoa. Ugh. Give it a tiny bit of sharpening in there. I'm going to go color mixer. I'm going to target adjustment tools. We'll have to play with those later. But I want to put this red here. It's kind of been my arch nemesis since I started this thing. Oh, yeah. There. I'm not even going to touch this stuff. Yeah, we killed that. We'll go to this color grade here. See if there's anything we want to do. I'm liking this purple. At this point, I'm just going crazy. Way too heavy. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Click OK. And the cool thing is, so now that I've done it as a smart object, I have control over turning it off and on. I always go too far, and then I can just take it back. Like, oh, okay, that's decent. And then what I can do is I'll come in here. Let's see here. Still way too much. There. I'm going to play with these reds in here. Checking my email here. All right. Very nice. Question's going to become, do I want to do this to all of the images? I got that going. I'm going to go to the sample some of this color here and try and drop it on the front. See here. Whoa. Hey guys. How goes it? We just went nuts with us. I'm going to click on the vehicle cutout here. Invert that. That's just on the vehicle. And what I'm going to do is, because I like it on the whole thing, I'm not going to lie, I do like it on everything. Man, this went from something I hated to something that's actually rather decent. Let's see here. I'm just going to duplicate that so I have it for later. And when I come in here, I'm just going to bring in off the side there. I was just trying to bring some of this color in here. All right, we'll bring this in here. This went from a mediocre piece of S to kind of something I like. So 8, 12. Oh man, this is something that I like. Save that. Let's bring some of that into this other crap here. So we can. It is a bit heavy-handed. I'm not gonna lie. Super heavy. So we'll cut that in half. Go 6. Now I'll save it. It's just cool though. And I think once we bring some of those flowers in from our CG stuff, I'm gonna save. I'm just gonna save my render over here. Oh my god, did I lose? The hell? Oh, it's still there. I lost it. Alright, turn that off. Save my render as. Oh, yeah, so we right back here. R, save. And okay. Cool. We'll go back to Photoshop here. I'm gonna open up that render. Now this thing comes in as a 32 gigabyte file. So what we're gonna do here, the cool thing is that, boom shakalaka, what is that? Channels, the best thing ever. So let's mask that out. There are flowers. Now, I'm going to get rid of this. That wasn't actually supposed to be there. Let's mask that out. Oh, I never saved this brush. Save. I have the color dynamics on there. We're gonna go with rolling fog because we freaking went crazy. Rolling fog. We'll keep the brush size too. Include the color because we need that as well. Sweet. All right. I'm gonna go back to my mask brush here. We've got main hard. Yeah, that's all we need. It's our sun. We don't need that. I'm actually going to save this out. And the coolest thing is that I can actually do a file swap on the motion blur that I had done earlier. I'm going to duplicate this. So it looks a little thicker. And I'm going to merge all this together. Control-Alt-Shift-E, turn this off. I'm going to delete this alpha channel. It'll show up in there. I'm going to go Control-Shift-D. Nope. My layers here. Control-click. New. Okay. Should stay, right? No, it didn't stay. Come on, new. Selected areas. That was the problem. Nope. Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. Save this as a TIFF. Image mode. Don't merge. This is a TIFF. For VR. Virtual rig. For virtual rig. Save that. Click OK. Guys, gotta do. You know what? We'll do. Be right back. I'll just do this really quick. Be right back. We're back. Back. Except the only problem is that if I can have. I did it on white. I can put it on multiply, which is fine, but there's no white in the actual image. So I'll just do select. .4. What happened? Okay, mask. Control I, V. Minimize this. Here. Let's go darken. I should probably. Holy crap. Damn it. I didn't save the freaking mask. There, we got the fucking channel in there now. Turn the channel off. Replace it. Okay. VR open. Blah 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 blah. Do it. All right. Well, let's do the simple version of this. Filter, blur, motion blur. Okay. So because these were brought in the render, they're going to look different color wise. So I have to play with that. Bring this gradient in here, kind of fade this out. Go to my brush. Caps lock off. 60. Well, I don't believe. Here we go. Just trying to get the fade in there right. And because this is here, I'm going to go darken my foreground a bit. Delete gradient. Well, I want to see underneath here. I'm going to go to my flowers and start doing those adjustments. I'm going to throw a gradient on here to hide this. I feel like it's a little heavy. So I'm going to start taking some of this down. You know what? My shadow. Vehicle. Wheels. Shadow, the dust on the other side. Something else is going on here. I'm gonna get some of this color that's in here. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna do it as a gradient. I'm gonna come in here and get my own gradient like that, and then start picking my colors out. I kind of want some of this. No, it's not working. On colors. Try this version. Get some of that in there. I'm gonna go this one here. Go darker, more saturation. And then let's see what I can get. Do the other way around. This. It's radial I want. Linear, right? Yeah. Like that. Start getting this in here. I think overlay is kind of yeah, this is closer. Control G, Control 0. So you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna start playing with the opacity on this. Start bringing it back and then getting rid of it, some of it on most of the image. This blue is just kind of a weird color. I really thought it was going to be cooler. If they were red, we can do that too. Hue saturation. Control Alt G. Would they even be though? So I'm going to reset this. I'm going to go to my blues and then play with that color, right? Is this the blue? Yeah, it's blue, all right. Go to my cyans here, see if there's anything I'm missing. Nope. Let's go to my yellows here. What are we looking like? I'm gonna go back to my blues. because that color is so intense. It's a little better. Let's save that, and then I'm going to start getting my color grade from my other image. See if we can somehow make this start to work as a series, because I really like that color grade on that shot. Still a little heavier than I'd like for the moment. I pull this main one back. 67. And the clouds. Right. Clouds are like kind of making it about themselves there. If I turn, oh, I see. Click, mask, adjust effects. Oops. Delete layer, mask, mask. I'll cut that in half. 50. All right. Now I'm gonna go to here. I'm just gonna grab this color and bring it into here. Throw that to the top. See what that looks like. All right. The more I look at this, the heavier it starts to look. But man, that orange just really made this thing pop. I'm gonna select. I'm gonna bring it onto the car. That's what we're gonna do. I already have it on there. Take the one that's on the car. I'll just bring that over here. We'll delete this layer mask. So click on our car. And this car. Yeah. Mask. Take the gradient off. And you know what I'll do is I'll fill this with black and then brush in the color that I want. %, just kind of start just really bringing out the reds in this thing. You know what? There's a black, there's a matte black hood accent on there. Top is black. And I feel like I do want to bring in, I'm going to duplicate this, bring it to the top, fill it with black again, and I'm just going to bring some of this color into this dust here. 30%. We're just lightly tapping the color right into there. Doesn't seem too extraneous. Lightly gather that back into there. All right. And then, now I like the shot. This is still a little funky, but that's fine. We'll worry about that at the end. So just to give you, I guess, an idea of where we're at, I'm going to do a little potty break here, is, wait, turn on my original background here. We started here, ended here, started here, ended here. All right, I got to brush. This is why we do this stuff. I got to brush out that extra dust in the back there, because it's going to be on the other side of the road. So I'm going to start. Oh. I actually liked that it wasn't so heavy, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab everything that's in there. That is. I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to throw a gradient on there to fade it in, because it just seems really back end heavy now that it's There we go. And I'm actually going to bring some of this stuff back around here. Just because it's so heavy. There. Yeah, that's believable. I'll save that. The background sucks. And the foreground is freaking weird too, but no brightness and contrast on here. A little bit more believable there. Gradient the foreground of this, and the back. We're not on the transparent gradient. There we go. Reveal. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. There we go. All right. So background sucks. Back to bridge. You gotta stay in the realm. Really? NVIDIA did it again. Force quit this guy. What are you doing? Got to take that break. Oh, cool. Looks like I'm drinking something invisible. Oh, it's beautiful. Okay, here we go. Like that. Or, ooh. If I have something without. Stuff gets too late in the day. This is warmer. This is close. This is close. All right. I might have to go to the file number. So if I'm here, that looks all right. So this is 339344. So I'm going to go to Lightroom here to the actual shoot. 339344. Trying to find something in the realm of that same. Wow, this is really early on. I'm going to turn my filters off so I don't show anything that was another job. All right. So what I'm looking for is more mountains to drop in here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nope. Yep. 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 Yeah, facing the right direction there. Shoot the background. No. Mm-hmm. It has the potential to be sexy, but I think I played with it and was like, nah. So yeah, so lost that. What? Excuse me. Yeah, no. Doesn't look like I should. Oh, it's a shot I already have. I mean, this is what you get when you're shooting 2 cars or 3 cars in 2 days. I don't even think I could make that work. I think it's just too backlit. That's kind of side lit, but I already have that. Well, it's already open. Let's give it a shoot. All right. Which makes me think this shot in general is too bright, right? So I'm going to go. I'll make it darker. Here we go. Curves. We're just going to bring it. Ooh. Hey. How you doing? Photoshop. Have we met? All right. So that's darker. This is what I'm talking about here. I gotta figure out how to get rid of this mountain here. Oh, we'll brush it out. I'm literally gonna go here, behind the dust, and then just grab all this, everything that's in here. Gonna group that. Foreground. And then I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna grab this shot, drop it in there. We're really gonna stretch this thing trying to get it to work. I have better skies. Trying to find one that works. Hold on. G projects. Back skies. Pink sunset. Oh no, that's a project. I need sunset stock images. By stock. Clouds. Hmm. Test Mustang. Pinterest. Raw images. Eh. Hmm. It's one of the ones. No. Well, I'm not gonna sit here and search for stuff. Um. We'll give this a shot. I dropped it in there. I put it in the back. F. And then we're gonna start brushing out this thing. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the truck. And here, gradient this part back up. Gradient X. Give me a nice jump start on this. All right. Brush in here. Just gonna start at 60 and just brushing this back in. So it's like a completely different shot now. We're vibing. The dust back up there. Now, I'm gonna make adjustments to here so that way this all looks cohesive if I'm gonna even try to use this. Plus we gotta make sure it doesn't look like our other shot. It's basically the same background. You can tell. You can definitely tell. But whose background is better? It's tough. All right. Weird. This looks better road-wise. Not believable. But if I do this and bring this over, that might be how we cheat this. Let's see. What was supposed to happen? It don't work. Next. It needs something more left facing. This thing's starting to look like it's on roids. Like it's too heavy. Like that. And it's our save this. Control S. I'm going to do the same camera raw filter to this image and then see where that puts me at. Take this and open it back up because we made that image a smart object. It's saved. It's going to open up my settings and I can go copy edit settings. Cancel. Turn this into a smart object. I'm going to do it without, did I do that on top? I did the oranges on top, that's right. I'm actually going to take this selective color and throw it on top too. Look at that. Shakalaka, shakalaka, Okay. I'm going to take this, Control Alt E, and then we'll convert it to smart object. Save. And then camera raw filter, and then we'll apply that again. Paste. Edit settings. All right, this we can work with. What's the blacks too much? And this to me looks nothing like that other shot. This is at that point where if I go too warm, it's still too warm. Well, I mean, we did take the other one down a bit, so I'll do that. Got the camera raw filter in there. Ooh, it's thick. What's the opacity? 36. All right. Selective color is nice. We're in the realm of mystical fantasy with that. Curves on top of here. I'm just trying to make them look like they were from the same photo shoot, but it's not. Hue saturation on this is too lit. It's close. I think what I want to do here, I'm going to look at my, I feel like this needs a little headlight on action. What shot? 3344. I can't take it. I need to see if I can get that background out of there. 3344. I'll retouch the truck if I have to, or the car. 3344. 3344. We're close. Here we go. Which one has the least amount of? Do I have anything without the lake in it? 3, 3, 4, 2, 4, 9. I mean, how much of this do I actually need? Oh, just part of it. Just part. I'm so close and I don't step back at all. And that's all I give myself right there. 339, which I have. But the sun's in this shot. So what's the other one? The other one was 3344. We can bring the sky in from 3344 to this one. Or don't drag it over, that's fine. Come on, Peters. Okay. Go here, this layer. Grab our little selective tool. We want the sky that we're going to replace here. Mask. All right. We're going to have to make this. Duplicate it. Control G. Group this. I want to keep the names of the files so I don't F this up. So let's see, we've got this one's 3339. The other one is 3344. Drag this into my background here. It's just Tuesday? I swear it feels later than Tuesday. Feels like June. Right, we're not gonna see anything because I have that on. Like, kill that. Just kill it. Giant truck at the background. We'll see if we can make it work. Kidding me? Look at that. If I take the mountains from here, turn this off, select freaking skies here, mask that, invert it, turn on this, bring this up here. Ooh, I'm stretching this one. Channeling my Bob Ross right now. Dear Bobby Bob, please maketh mountains of gold. Dude, freaking work. I did that. I still see the freaking car. Let me get smaller. All right. Try that. Bring this in here. All right. And then when I group that, mask, gradient. Oh, I need that to cover. All right, so we'll mask the other one. We'll do this. Bring this up. Get rid of the background one. Oh. Stamp out the sky, I guess. Current and below. Cool. Alright. And we'll go here. Start to get rid of this. Oh, need that gone. We've got that in there. I need to start bringing this back anyways. This is what we're gonna hopefully see this thing come together. Because at least the skies match now. Oof. I'm going to force it some more. Hang tight. I just need lake and mountains. So we can make this darker. Match light that's there already. Ish. Blur. Oh, it's so dark. Alright, human saturation. Bet you can throw in some of that fog crawl in there and that'll make all this come together nicely. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna group this. Mask it. Get rid of this here. Make sure that my Jeep is lit or selected. Select the inverse, brush, Control H to hide the matte. Oh, come on. Just give it to me. Give me the light. No, the light don't work. I think we're gonna do fog crawl here. My only option. Foreground does not want to work with me. If I kill this, interesting. You know, I might have to later. I'll just have to re-render the flowers with a different lighting so it matches the scene. Because at least the foreground flowers are right. Keep the blue for now. All right. Let me go bring my dust back. That's masked in the here. This is the old mountains. I want to get rid of that. Like the vehicle, like the inverse. Looks like the other car. All right. Control D. And now we're going to do fog crawling up the mountains. So I want to get a haze in here. Select the color that's here. We'll go 30. I'm going to do this in the background. I want to go lighter. There we go. That's there. I'm gonna go new layer, brush. I'm gonna go to the fog brush I just made. Rolling fog. We're gonna put this on lighten. We're gonna get this fog to start crawling up this hill. 50. 20. All right, make a new layer. Further away, so it would technically be smaller-ish. Hmm. Oh, I know what's going on. Lighten. Screen. Oh, wait, you know what? It's not even on lighten. There we go. Lighten. All right. Smaller, like it's coming off the lake over here. I'm gonna put this on screen just because I want a little bit more, a little heavier. This coming up the mountain over here. New layer, screen. Oh, this is gonna get blurred too, which is something to keep in mind because this car is in motion. Go bigger, far away, less opacity. Screen. New layer. Lighten our screen. I'm gonna go over here. Just to crawl up a little bit. Go 50, new layer, lighten. A little more detail, it's not giving it to me. Screen, probably just too bright. Yeah, I'll delete that. Control A, delete. Or not. Control D, Control S. Screw the layer, make a new one. I don't have time for this crap. Screen, brush, 50. Heavy smoke. Smaller. Something working now. 40. Smaller. All right. Solve this back here, but if it's in motion, it might not be so bad. I'm thinking about maybe combining these two worlds now. That's really light on there. That I'm gonna take this one and group them. Just take them back a tiny bit since they're just so. There we go. If I were to combine these, just give this back. I'm gonna select this, make it a solid color so I have a copy of it. Change my mind. I'm gonna gradient this back in and see what it looks like. Just line that back up. Oh, didn't bring the fog with me. Got my fog. Rolling fog. Take that foreground, background. Line it up. The mountain that's already there. So what am I getting right up here? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Hold up. What's that? Caps lock on? That is on. All right. Regular brush here. Regular soft. It's the wrong background. 30%. I want to touch that edge though, the rim. The problem is that I got dark behind here. But what I think what I'll do is bring my dust back up over, undo what I just did, undo my ditty. All right. I'm gonna bring my dust, wheel motion, my background dust. It's here. Does it have to be behind my car? And I can just throw a mask on it. I want it to show onto the other background. I don't want it to be in front of the car. You alright? Oh my god, you scared the shit. Alright. I'm gonna mask the car out. Dust back. Control G. Mask. Control I. So the car is clear. I'm gonna hide. Just color this so I know that's what I'm working on. Green. I want the whole thing. Forget it. Squish this. Just start working with this area here. Now clearly the sun is coming in. So let's see here. Dark in there. Try to get rid of that. Hit the road there. Now the sun's over here somewhere. So this is too dark. Blah blah blah. I'll make this believable. We throw some light in there. So we'll go curves. Blast it. Just blast it. DX, option delete. We're going to throw a gradient on here. Radial X. I hate that I got to do this. I just want to transform the gradient. All right, do it like this. Control Shift N, gradient, DX, 0, X, 100%. Perfect. Nope, too small. Control click. Control D, delete layer mask. Control Shift D, mask. Control T, yeah. I have control over just the mask. Just the gradient, I mean. I hate it when it gives me the full. Move this thing all the way to the top here. Maybe we just want it in our foreground. You guys are worried about this stuff. Let me fix it. So y'all leave me alone. I duplicated that. Hard. Ah, gotta do that. Put it on its own mask. I don't want to interfere with what I just did with that gradient there. Back to when I turned it on. Control G, and we're hiding it. Brush. There we go. There we go. What you thinking? Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. Just gonna do a little bit of this. A brush. I'm gonna get this color here. 20%. Ooh, that didn't want to work. My Wacom pen is like down to nothing. Control Alt G. Yep. All right. Go a little lighter. How are we going to do this now? I just need this to be lighter. Did I touch the sky? I see this happening here. I gotta fix that. Make that gray. I don't need it. Great. Great. And you come back to this here. Get this figured out. I'm just gonna make this mountains darker over here. Curves. Look, nobody wants stuff right away, but this stuff takes time to solve. Like it doesn't just. I'm just born into like, hey, this is how this works. All right. Hue sat on this. There's a selective color in here that I really liked. Was this. I feel like the car. We're gonna get all crazy here. We're gonna do a curves just for the car. The back end is dark. We're gonna put its own group, put a mask on that, and then we'll do a gradient in there. But we want to get the color right first. Yeah. Ooh yeah. Now gradient dx. I'll delete. Gradient x. Yeah. You do something I don't like it. Story my life. Do you want to open up this front grill area here? Brush that in. Open that up. Not to the point where it's obvious, but just enough to where it's not looking dark. All right, no. Let's see if I get. There's the rolling fog. There's funkiness happening right there. I'm trying to figure out what that problem is. We are in a haboob of dust right now with this thing. I'm going to see if I can save. Gradient. T. Shift. We're haboobing it up. I'm going to go mask gradient dx. Tone this down. That's the problem. Hold on. Mask gradient dx 0. All right, let's bump up this background here. Saturation here needs something. All right. I'm gonna go to my fog, my dust. I'm still gonna brush this back a tiny bit. Funky's going on there. Take this way back. Still need something here in this foreground area. I'm gonna grab these and put this under my color. This is the one I just added. Just want to lighten this up over here. A little density in there. Orange. Oh yeah. Bob Ross is here. I can feel him. My elbow. Gonna give him a little. There we go. I don't like the foreground so dark. Forgot where that's at. Throw a little gradient on here. I think I have an idea. We're gonna group this. These are our flowers, right? That red looks so good. We're going crazy. No, can't do rainbow. Damn you. Laws of nature. All right. Yeah. So I'm going to duplicate this. And this should thicken it up. I'm even going to see if I can layer property this through. There we go, dudes. Watch this. Mask, brush, DX30. $20. These are starting to grow on me, the foreground without the flowers, but what if I, is it the color that I like? I mean, ideally, this is going to get cropped, right? It's cropped horizontally. This is a mess right there. Let's get motion in that background. Hopefully that'll solve our problem. Hmm. My foggo, dust, fog, rolling fog. One of these is not on screen. They're all going to screen. Yeah. Mm. All right, if I bring this back, mm. Background here, there's some contrast on this right side. Just to show a little texture, and then I'll do the same thing to the background down here. Curves, brightness and contrast. Mm-mm. To do one individually because there's a little mishmash of moosh right behind here. I'm trying to even this area. I'm going to do group it, click the car, mask that, invert it. No, we need that. That's what we need. Just want to get this area here figured out. 60% opacity. Let's go into the flatten it out. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna brush white in there. This yellow color in here. 30%. Whew. Try 10, kiddo. All right. I get rid of that. We're gonna motionize the background. Hopefully. Remember, this is just the mock-up. I still have to do this high res. But I can still scale this stuff up. I mean, it's only social. I feel like, just looking here, I feel like this all has to get darker because the car is so dark to make it look real. I'm gonna go overall brighter. Maybe. 10. Right. Go to the background, add motion. We get the whole kit and caboodle back here. All right. Control Alt E. Filter blur. Motion blur. This is gonna be like 12. It's close. 8. Yeah, feeling like money right there. Yeah. Now, one other final touch in here. Shift F5. Yeah. Full gray overlay. Filter noise. Add noise. 0.3 or 0.3. No. 1. I forgot my settings I usually do. Oh. 2. Filter blur 0.3. Blur, Gaussian blur 0.3. Overlay 78%. 84. What do you think, guys? Did I murder this enough? So, I think at this point, I just need to move on because I've been looking at it for so long. What are these overall gradients here? 1, 2. It is what it is, right? I think my camera's like dead. Um, I think I killed my webcam. I think I ad streamed it. Oh, there we go. Hey. All right. There's one other thing to do here, which is the lens correction stuff. So grab all this stuff here, everything. Still be able to Control Alt E, merges everything into one layer. We'll go filter. Oh, I want a smart object. Smart object. Where to smart? No, it's already smart object. Ooh, I'm getting tired. Load previous. Paste edit settings. Okie dokes. I think that thing's like 30%, right? Control S. Flatten image, Control Shift S, JPEG. Yes, please. This thing. We're in design layout. Too bright. Yeah. Kill rotation in this. Maybe that'll help. Mm. Maybe the mountains were not there or lower. Should have just pasted the crop over it. Well, live and learn, right? Saved the other one, didn't I? Didn't. Photoshop. The one we started with go. There she is. Mm-hmm. Well, the skies are different, so don't need to be swapped. But I can save this as a JPEG for now. I'll bring in InDesign. What? These shots don't work together. No. These headlights on. More mountainous details. I mean, the day looks funky though. It doesn't look like it matches. This one does, but no. All right, some more detail shots in here from the rejects. Oops. Whoa. Let's see here. For details. Something like details. Oh, this thing really didn't have anything like super sexy. I mean, that might be it for that one. And I have the Insta stories. Hmm. Oh, at least look at it as a vertical. It's kind of muddy. It's just part of being a creative is you don't necessarily like all of your own crap at all. I don't. What else we got in here? Maybe I need to go back to the KISS theory of keep it simple. Zero. This is basically what I would end up using for Instagram. Oops. Like my Insta stories. If you look now, you'll be able to see what that looks like exactly. I mean, one more detail on the inside. Pretty dumb detail. I liked this one. Like the same thing twice. So that's the first one is interior. It's better. Certainly don't like that though. Find something else to put in there. Hmm. For vertical, it works ish. I don't love it. What am I saying? I think I'm only ended up doing 3 of these. The shots just aren't that great. Just don't feel like someone's gonna see this and be like, "Oh, we need to hire that guy." That's kind of cool. Maybe. I believe your own BS, or it doesn't work out, right? I see a lot that I'm digging through my rejects for stuff. Should I put that one in the middle? Let's open that. Maybe this one. Something that looks good on the bottom. Mm. Mm. Put that one in the middle. The tree hawk on the bottom. Also look good as a vertical shot here. Does that work vertical? It does. Just need some love. What else we got in here? I didn't like this. I feel like this is like a middle shot. Oh, there's this one too. This one on the bottom. will be on the top. Oh, that's a really cool detail too. That one. This one. Oh. One. This one. And this one. None of them are top images though. Top shot. Eesh. Yeah. Sure. Go to my selects. My finals. This one felt like a middle shot, right? I didn't use that one yet. Nope. And then that one. Sure. I mean, they feel random as F, but whatever. This is kind of a cool detail. I'll show that one. Hmm. Nope. Hard to shoot for verticals. Hmm. Nope. Nah. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a sexy part of the vehicle. Sure. All right. Delete this. All right. Those the Insta stories are done-ish. What else we got here? Instagram posts. But I hate that shot. Hmm. What else we got here? Web layout. It's gonna be fun. I hate all this stuff. All right, here we go. Grab the stuff that isn't shopped. Let's see where that gets me. Is this background? Whoops. All right. Control Shift, I guess. Look at the same thing. All right. Slightly different vibe than the other one. It's just not my faves. Nothing here really sparking profound awesomeness to me. Eh. All right, that's that. Let's see what else we got in here. I feel like if I throw one more detail in there, I'm going to lose my ass. Maybe these are decent. What are you doing today? My throat hurts. Go to my rejects, see if we got something in there. Mm. Yeah, no, man. Might be it. So, two of those, so we don't need that. Just for shites and giggles, we get the two shots we made. See, kill this. I'm not using it. There's one. There's the other. They don't match. That's the problem. Nothing matches. Yeah, just save. I just really didn't save this thing since I started. To live with this stuff for a bit. I mean, I like this. I like this angle, but it's like it's on steroids a bit. And this is like a detail of that, but it's not. super editorial. This is just that's what sleeping on it's for, eh? Email blasts. Gonna do this sucker too. All right, let's see here. So if we take this one, let's use just these shots. Oops. Hello, hello. Why am I on a scissor tool? I don't even know I had a scissor tool. So I take natural stuff. This one. The heroes. I liked this one. This one. This one. Feeling good, dude. Let's see what else was there. This was like the only other one that worked as a vertical ish. How does this one look there? It doesn't. Well, maybe. Mm. That's pretty flippin' boring, dude. Hello, Hassan. Welcome. Thanks for joining us today. Glad you could make it. We've only been here for. I don't think it's telling me how long. Too long. Oh, 5 hours and 12 minutes. You're on time. That's actually pretty cool there and serene. A little rotation on it. What brings you, Hassan? What is your flavor of the month? What are you up to? What strikes your fancy? It's probably like a '90s term, isn't it? Why does all these have rotations in them? It's kind of all about the crop, isn't it? If I move this one over, does it look better? Nope. It kind of looks like junk. What are we gonna put there? I feel like maybe this driving away shot looks better. Oh, maybe. Yeah. It's actually looks freaking decent. What do we put on the bottom now? Mm, this one? Sure. That looks good to me. All right. Just gonna bring the color alive, and then this thing is like jamming. I don't remember what this was. Oh, just an extra page in there to know that this was. Where are the Behance? Oh, there it is. Behance layouts. Behance layout. We'll do. I should have people vote on these. Or maybe we don't do Behance with this. Might be the way to go. I'll throw this at the end. What was this again? I forget what I. Oh, those are alternate Instagram layouts. I'll play with it. Let's see what we get here. We could do. What was this one? You need to bring the mountains down. Let's see if I can do that. Unless that was part of the plan initially. It's not even much shot, dude. Do my edit with Photoshop abilities here. And design. Greetings. Thanks, man. I appreciate Anthony. Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad my commentary is what you came here for. I feel like artists or creative people in general typically are very self-deprecating, right? And we all kind of just. I mean, it's funny. Like you take a picture, and that first shot feels so good, and then you look at it, like 2 hours later, and you're like, oh, and you just see everything that's wrong with it. So, I appreciate you joining us. I'm gonna go marquee. Let's see if we have anything else that works with this. Command C, Command V, Command T, Command T. Scale it up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see. I don't generally like to fudge proportions, but I'm gonna make this work. So we're gonna cut out our car. Nope. Using the box select tool. My wife did say I had an hour left. Not what I wanted. You're quiet on Twitch today. All two of you. I don't think they're people. They're probably bots just sitting there. Isn't that what people say? It's a bot. So I've got this here. I want to bring this underneath this. Turn it on. Cool. I think we're gonna bring some CG into this Nessus. Oh yeah, I did short that. Why can't I? What? I stretched it, or what did I do? Yeah, that's what we want. I'm gonna kind of. Sure. Anytime you want to work Photoshop. Photoshop. Okay. That's there. That's brush DX0. All right, so we got the mountains in there. I hate this. I hate that bend. I want it to be like. What do I want it to be like? Bring the crop in. Learned from the last one, right? Hey, Hassan, you can ask me anything you want. I'm always here for questions and answers and all that good stuff. I'm literally here to share the information that I know. There's no secrets in this world. Hmm. Uh, the size is 8.145 to 715. All right, I'm gonna do this. Just gonna do a solid color in this thing. This is how I do this sometimes. Okie dokes. Drag it into here. Okay. Oh, well, that didn't work. I thought the mask would fill. Jerk. Rasterize that. There, we've got white. Here's our crop. That is tight, yo. All right. What camera use? So I shoot with the Canon R5 is my drug of choice. I use actually it's right here. Literally this exact setup. We've got R5, 28 to 70 millimeter lens. This thing, just the lens itself weighs 5 pounds. The battery grip, all mirrorless. And yeah, it's pretty fancy. Very heavy. This particular shot, may have been shot with the 70 to 200 though. No, maybe not. So I squish this up. I want the mountains in there. There we go. Clearly, I gotta move the background with this puppy. All right. Now I have like a brush, like a bush brush. Never said that before. I have a bush brush, bush clone. Oh, it's a clone stamp. Boo. Go lower. Go lower. Debris. I was being funny, making fun of my British friends. Grassy brush. Bush. So use this brush. Command 0. Get smaller. Yeah, you know, I love the cannons too. You know, I've actually done a bunch of Dunch. Been a long day, guys. I've actually done a bunch of tests with different files. I did the Fuji. I did the Hasselblad phase. I did the Nikon. There was one other. I think there was like one other. I think it was just the phase one back. Yeah, phase one of the Hasselblad. So I did all those. And it kind of, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna cheat this a little bit. I'm gonna go 40% because it's so heavy. I'm gonna go lower. So I did a bunch of tests. You know, It's funny. I actually have the DSLR too, DSLRs as well. But the color space. Well, my favorite color space was the DSLRs. So I'm looking forward to the DSLR. I believe RL, RF. No, yeah, mirrorless DSLRs. And the uh, the the reason why I like this because the range was really good for shadow detail, which is kind of where everything gets lost. I've noticed getting into CG that shadow detail is a really big issue, just in terms of the range. Like it's really good. CG is great with highlight, midtones, but like midtone to shadow, it's just junk, complete junk. So that was frustrating. But I usually on the DSLRs, like my Mark IV, I would always shoot just slightly underexposed, um, and then kind of bring up. It was great for capturing the highlights, but the shadows just had all the range in it. So I would underexpose, and then those are kind of my hero. Probably anywhere from like half a stop to a stop, I would go under. And that's really made my day. This one's great. It's the range on this is amazing, but it's like they sacrificed a little bit of the shadow detail to get highlights, and it's like I was already had a process for that. That was kind of frustrating. But for the most part, the Nikon was cool. It just has a really weird magenta-y cyan hue to it that I just made me want to puke a little bit, especially in the whites. Phase was great. I just don't need a file that big. Fuji was fantastic. No complaints about the Fuji. Here's what I want to do with this one. Turn this mask off. Save it. Save it as a JPEG. Okay. All right. Okay. Layered selects for social. Save. Okay. Flatten this guy. It's been fantastic. Hey, I can help you with whatever you want. What do you want to do, Hassan? There's a. I spent a lot of time on the interwebs, looking for stuff. Like if it were up to me, I'd spend all day here looking for learning new things. Optimized. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, that's really tiny. I just want to make sure I didn't have an ADD moment and save. All right, cool. PSD save. Okay. So guys, we're gonna take a little road trip into the CGI world here, and I want to throw some flowers into this thing here. So we do what I want to do because I'm in charge. Let's see you guys. We're from Morocco. That is, it's funny. It's funny when you live in the place where everybody wants to go. Just so you know, if you live in a place where everybody wants to go visit, you should have no problem getting really cool pictures in Morocco. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna save this since we already saved. I'm gonna save it as a new one. Oh, I'm gonna give you guys the CGI setup. Well, I may have to go soon. So you know. That could be two. Yeah, on a short notice or a short story, a little update. I am uh, having a kid tomorrow, so my wife's kind of waiting on me. Kind of on her list and things. Let's see here. Change this background here. This. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Apply to active view. Okie dokes. That was shot with a. What are we looking for? That one? We didn't select. Now we're in final JPEGs. What was this shot with? Doesn't like super matter because we. Hey, this was shot with 70-200 in case you're wondering. So this is at 70. So we're going to have 70 on our CGI camera. Camera 70. Whoa, got really crazy. We'll back up here. Render view doing. Can't see it. Oh, you know what? That's another thing we're going to do. Right, we got to drag this into our background here so we can see what the hell's going on. Okie dokes. There we go. And update render. Boom. That's because the focus is off. All right. I feel like we got to rotate our camera. Go here. Our camera setup. Rotate it this way. It's always sketchy. I feel like that's good for now. I'm going to take my camera target. I'm going to lower that. Oh, wait. I want to go left here. Left. Z. The camera target's going to come down. Even though it's way far away than it should be. I'll go there. The camera will come down. Doesn't look right. Okay? Yeah, you want me to be done? Yeah, absolutely. 20 minutes, guys. You heard it. Let's do this. Almost done. I'll even make this render quick. Oh, camera rotate. Okay. Bring the camera up. I'm gonna move my target. It's sort of focus. Camera target. It's gonna be further away. I need to move my ellipse here. That's not even close to being in the right spot. Rotate that. Because basically my ellipse is the road here. Let me rotate it a little more. Squish this. Rotate it. And what we did, I moved my plane to a different area. I'll rotate that. Go. All right, cool. And then I'm going to take this, my plane one. Edit poly. This is 3ds Max with the V-Ray as my render setting, render engine. Left here. All right, so I want to select this. Z. I want to figure out. So here's the camera. Here's the camera. Here's the sun. Here's this. I'll lower this so I'm not in the weeds here. All right, and then I can go back to my, turn that off. And then we're gonna go move the ellipse back. We're gonna have to scale it up at this point. Scaling up the ellipse. Get longer. Scale up. Rotate. Better. It's real-ish. I feel like this needs to be slightly. I'll go bigger again. You know, I can brush it off the backside. It looks looking real-ish to me. I'm trying to figure out what else I want to do. I just want some flowers in there. I need over the sun. Go Z here, Z here. The sun's like basically almost directly above. I'm gonna change the brightness to 0.25. Wow, 0.1. Can't go any lower. The image got brighter. Turn my plane off. Oh, that's better. You need to move. I feel like some of this would be in focus here. The sun things to come way. I'll grab the sun and the target and rotate both together simultaneously. You can tell the sun is basically over my left shoulder here. There's a vehicle. The sun's there. Shadow. Oh, it does fall. Actually, shadow falls on the driver's side of the vehicle. It's going to be. Oh, so it's going 45, 45 like that. So I'm going to bring this back over this way. And I'm actually going to play with the elevation of the sun. We'll go here, go to the sun. What happened? Change that angle on it. It looks like a different shot. I just want to feel like I want to play with the spacing of the go left. So put me kind of in the front here. Let me turn my sphere back on. You can see my shadow. Where's this thing? All right, so my sphere is the car. Put it at 550. Rotating our sphere around. All right. There. Scale. I think we're definitely going to have to change the shape of these flowers. That was a sneeze. Change the elevation of this. Should give me a shadow. No, it's not. I'm going to go with my. I don't know if I save this first. Scale it. Scale it this way. Scale the size to the shape of the car, but make it taller. Oh, I don't have a plane to cast a shadow on. Here we go. Ah, almost exact. Cool. I'll make it smaller. It's a doozy. This is going to be focusing. It's just a little bright. So on my camera, I'm going to turn my plane off. I'm going to make here my sun rather than the image. Oh, such an easier way to do this. Just add a damn sun. Save. Sun. Yes. Delete it. Original sun. There's our sphere. Turn the sphere off. There's our flowers. Like we're rocking and rolling. Too dark? No, it's perfect. Perfect. Yeah. All right. We'll full stop render that and then drop it into our theme. Save. Time on this. Oh, it's flying through it. Ish. Anybody else have any questions? All 18 of you? Oh, what a day. See if I go back just to see my shot. Get this thing ready. That mask back on. I'm gonna start peeping. Sorry for the boringness, but it's not exactly nice this render. Almost done. Any other questions? Better hurry up. Keeps adding time. Do I shoot boats and planes? Uh, no. No, I don't. I think I'd say the kind of the category that I get more because I do stuff like this is I get a lot of sports stuff. Like I've done tennis, cycling, running. It all seems to I've done the Special Olympics. It all kind of seems to fall under the and then like a little bit of fashion here and there, portraiture stuff, lifestyle. Kind of the gist of it. What kind of stuff do you shoot, Anthony? The noise is on. Not gonna matter much. I think. What's everybody else doing this week? I'm gonna be trying to keep a kid alive. What? I just kept up. Oh, stock market, stock market. Thing stuck? No, it did gap up. Has there been good news? Did I miss something? Almost done here. Concerts, people announce. You know, it's funny. I actually, I can find it. I when drones first came out, I got I got a drone, and I also did a lot of work for Vans Warp Tour. And before there were even like laws or any type of rules or regulations about drones, um, I went and filmed Vans Warp Tour, and a lot of that stuff was probably some of the coolest. Like it was one of those things where, oh man, do I even have this? Let's see. It was one of those things where while we were filming it, we would look at it and we were like, "Holy crap! This is stuff we've never ever seen before, like ever." I couldn't believe it. Look real. Next page. I don't have my drone videos. Maybe it's on Vimeo. But this stuff was plan. Finish? I think it did. Just have to move on. Sorry, guys. Uh, go. Make this, yeah, it's 2 OXR. Save. Okey dokes. Transition you guys to the Photoshop scene. I have a video thing, but I haven't. Here we go. This is open. Yes. Image mode. 8-bit. It's cool. These renders come out at 32-bit, for those of you who don't know that. And then you convert them to 8, something workable. And they also come with their own mask. So you just click on it, and then you go mask. And the flower's already cut out. It's freaking wonderful. We have lost you guys. Oh, there you are. Oh, nothing happened with my child. It's not here yet. It'll be here tomorrow. Second kiddo. Dad part 2. Now Photoshop's freaking out on me. Control 0. This thing's massive. Let's see this. It's funny because there's also the stuff that I do that I can't talk about. Well, I can talk about it. I get hired to write a lot of commercials. Not write, but like creative direct, I guess. I'm an ideas guy, so I get a lot of that. Hey, can you do this for us? So this stuff's always fun. What the hell did I just do? I hit a button. Fill opacity free transform. That's what I want. Fill opacity change. Never heard of that. Control 0. My keyboard doesn't want to work now. There we go. So these things usually come out really bright, and I got to kind of tone down. Control Alt G. That's the other thing is, this doesn't come with shadows. Damn it! That's what the other problem was. Figured it out, dude. Every time. All right, let's see here. We're gonna mask this, and I bring all the stuff in the foreground back in, but not use the bush brush. I'm cutting into my bated time here. Let's do this quick. All right. Hide that. Granted, the flowers are a little bit much, so we'll take some of them out. Probably throw a gradient up in the back there. What am I at? 20 here? 30? 20 to 20? Just put a little. Trying to be random, but it's not really working out. I'm in a hurry. All right. If yeah, Control G, mask gradient X. It's gonna try and quickly get rid of the edge of this. Not like that though. Yeah. Brush it back in here. We're at 20. I'm really just gonna do 50. Just gonna hit the parts that have the bushes on them. Whoa. Just fix that at the end. All right. This is like super flowery right here. Alright, so it's like the worst job I've ever done, but you get the idea. Here we go. Just throw some curves in the foreground here. There we go. And I'll duplicate this to keep it, apply my layer mask, and then we're going to motionize this entire thing. Filter, blur, motion blur. Change this a little bit. Let's look here. Too far. I'm just trying to match the width of this. Hey, thanks, guys. About right there. That's cool. Then I'm going to go to this mask, and I'm literally going to control click it, solid color. This is just to save. I have the mask, gray, turn it off. I'm going to go filter, same thing. Didn't do what I wanted. Oh, because is that on here? It is on there. We'll do the same thing here. All right, so we'll select this stuff that I want to blur, which is this outcropping here. There we go. And I'll just intersect layer mask with selection. Where's the car? There we go. And then I'll just blur Control D, Control J, duplicate. Remember, always copy. Control Shift D. There we go. Control D, brush. I'm going to go back over to this thing here, mask. A little bit in that cloud there. This is kind of impeding on here. Whoa. Super heavy. Those flowers are lit all right. Let's save this. Turn that mask off. I'm going to grab one of the other adjustments from the other files. Grab the orange. Hue saturation. Color. Add that in there. So rushing you get. I'm so in trouble. Blurring here. It's good. Just gonna do the reds here real quick. Select color. And my yellows. Alright, screw you then. Delete that layer. Curves. Yes. Delete. Curves. 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 There we go. I just want to open up the side of the vehicle. X30. Alright. Control S. F. Control Shift S. Save this as a JPEG. I'm going to call this. I'm calling it JPEG. Sure. Nope. For social. Open. I mean, anyways, I'll have a few days to think about it. Guys, it was a pleasure. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed all of you, each and every single one of you. It was a pleasure. Follow me on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch.